Greetings, sentient beings. This broadcast is not intended for children. There will be strong language and adult themes.
Goddamn yes. Right. Yep. Get out of here, all you kids.
So it is tea day. Nerdy is already on about it. Now,
Tea day.
yep.
Tea day. Two day?
No, like TEA.
Oh, the beverage.
Yes.
I was thinking the letter.
No.
So I was thinking about this last night. Like, I know this is going to be controversial, but I drink tea, but not in the way that people think that a normal person would. And I didn't even think about this till I saw your thumbnail last night. I still drink brisk iced tea. I still drink Lipton in the bottle. So I guess I do still drink tea, but I like the American like sports drink version of it.
Arnie Palmer?
Oh, I still drink Arnold Palmer's.
From
Arizona. Yeah.
I drink iced tea, but I do brew it hot. For one thing, it's a hell of a lot cheaper that way.
Oh, absolutely. I still I was about to say something about tea bags. I still buy tea bags.
Careful.
I know, that's why I stopped myself. I really had to censor myself on that one.
Apparently there's a lot of people online who have been trolling the British with doing things like putting the tea bag in the cold water and putting it in the microwave. Well, and it's I have never known anyone who makes tea that way.
It's the new pineapple on pizza.
Okay, so I drink tea, and you can kick me out of the club, but on a lazy day, I will. And I have a kettle and everything, but on a lazy day, I will put it in the microwave.
Of course.
Because I'm an American, I don't see a difference. I don't see the point of it. It makes the water hot, and I can put my tea bags in there.
Well, I don't put my tea bags in until I take the water out.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that either. You know, how you get the water hot doesn't really make a difference. Now, the temperature is important. You don't put the tea bags in if the water is at a full boil. That will scald the tea leaves and they'll make it turn bitter. That's why traditionally they would pour the water from the kettle that boiled it into a porcelain teapot. You know, because the porcelain or the ceramic teapot is a heat sink. It would take some of the heat away from the boiling water and bring it down to a temperature of about 180 degrees.
Where is my...
Yeah, so that's ideally you want it 180 to 190 degrees Fahrenheit when you pour it into, when you put the tea bags in, or you pour the water over the tea.
See, what I do is I stand there with my left lower leg bent up, so it looks like I have one leg and it just stops at the knee, and then I pour the hot water down my chest and let it run down my leg and drip off of my knee, and by the time it drips off the knee, it's down to 180.
Okay, don't you scald your chest that way.
No, I'm really tough. How does the British like that?
So I'm trying to think. Like, I drink. We've had this argument before, but I drink green and black tea together.
Oh,
and
that's interesting.
I it's so sad because I'm a yuppie. Do you know where I got this combination? From Starbucks. They had a tea called Joy. And I asked them, I'm like, what is this tea made out of? And then, oh, Nerdy, you're going to make me cry. And then I asked them, I was like, what is this tea made of? And they said it's black tea and it's green tea. So I went to the store and bought black tea and green tea, and it's the same. It tastes the same. I love that combo.
Well, I do my own custom mix for the iced tea. That it's a blend of, black tea and peppermint and chamomile.
Ooh. Does chamomile actually help you go to sleep?
Well, nothing helps me go to sleep, so I can't speak on that. But yeah, it is supposed to be, have a calming effect. Okay, and who wants to field this question?
I can't see it.
See, nerdy. When two people kind of like each other, or are semi-acquainted. Teabagging is when another human being stands over another one and
Oh,
either nicely or, in a derogatory manner slams their scrotum on your face.
suck my ball.
Hey, Jeff. Yeah, this is why it
Okay.
was so funny when the Republican Tea Party started calling themselves teabaggers, that apparently none of them had Googled this term.
But it took a
Jeff,
couple of years for it to wear off.
Jeff, I'm so glad. I'm so
I
glad
was
you're
coming
here.
to come into. I was going to come in to tell you how to make tea, and I come in on tea bagging. Good timing.
In 1773, it came in really good time because I was about to go off. In 1773, we decided we don't like tea anymore, and we threw it into the harbor.
Yeah, ungrateful colonials.
Well, I understand that coffee is a more popular drink in England than tea is.
It's getting that way because we've obviously, we've had all the Costas, the Starbucks, Cafe Neros that have all taken off over here now.
When I went there, I was so shocked how you guys had the same stuff as we did. I was so shocked.
Do they call it a venti over there?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, God, what a bunch of idiots.
You almost made me spit my tea out. Oh, my coffee. I'm sorry, my coffee. We've said tea so many times. Almost made me spit my tea out. Oh, my coffee. I'm sorry, my coffee.
Earl Grey!
Yay! How are you?
Hey, Diane.
Earl Grey!
Yes, Earl Grey is the best.
Oh, wait a minute. What do I have to turn off here?
Yeah, we picked up an echo when you came in.
We're not doing this right.
Okay.
There you go.
I think
I know
now.
what the problem is.
See, we started talking about tea. Now I have Johnny Hort. 1814, we took a little trip. That's about as far as I could go. With before a copyright strike.
Yep.
So speaking of Mississippi, who wants to know about where I am?
Oh yeah.
What are you doing in there, honey?
Well, I've started a new thing with Purple's show on Wednesdays. Is I'm going to find a different location in this area that is kind of nice to look at, and I'm going to try and park there and have that as my screen instead of my ugly face on.
Okay.
And today we are several hundred feet above the Mississippi River in Wisconsin on the east side of the river on Alaska. Alaska is a town of about 18,000 people, and it is a suburb of La Crosse, which is about 60,000 people. As you can see, they like fish.
Fish is yummy and tasty. Okay.
And that would be a giant sunfish. I understand in August they have a festival and they bring in giant fiberglass dragonflies and they feed them to the sunfish. So that's I'm just making it up. I'm just making it's a lie. Now, if Purple will share that picture of the aerial shot that I gave him.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm not doing this right.
Dark. Yeah.
Am I going to be full screen?
Well, you do have a beautiful view there, Daddy.
Okay. There's the map shot.
Okay. The blue dot to the top is where I am. Okay, you can see how close to the river we are. It's literally just below our feet. You might hear railroads come by because there's a couple of big tracks and very, very heavily used rail lines here. And it's hard to describe, but if you look down to the freeway I-90 towards the bottom of the screen, you'll see I-90 going across the river. That's the Black River, which is what we're actually looking at here. and just a little below where that freeway is, it's not marked, unfortunately, is the area where I have parked other times looking north. So now you're seeing it from both. You've seen it from both sides.
Cool.
Okay.
Sorry.
And you can see our airport over there, which still hasn't had any planes lately. Maybe there'll be one today. Wouldn't that be nice?
So is that when it says regional airport, do you guys get all size planes or just Cessnas?
You know that really big, really gigantic Russian cargo plane?
Yes.
That
You
has
don't get that one.
That has landed here.
Oh, it
that's
has?
awesome.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, I can't tell you why, but I was there and saw it happen.
You know
For
what?
the love of St. Gulick, I thought that needed a couple miles of runway.
Yeah, I thought it needed a much bigger runway than that.
Well, surprise, surprise. Well, the cargo planes are designed for a short takeoff and landing.
Okay.
The United States, is it the s05e16? It can take off and land in just an incredibly short span. It's amazing. I know they don't have any 747s landing here. I think they probably have like 737s, 727s is the biggest planes. And then, of course, all those regional things that show up.
And then the paper airplanes.
The paper airplanes. They do have an air
Mhm.
show here once a year. It's not that big. This year, I believe that the Blue Angels are going to be here.
I
my.
love the Blue Angels. I love the Blue Angels.
I got to see them practice. I was in Chicago in 2017, and they were practicing out over Lake Michigan while I was watching a ball game at Wrigley. And that was some amazing shit going on there.
Absolutely, the Blue Angels are amazing. I've seen them twice. I've seen them twice in my life. They put on a show.
Yes, they do. I love it when they bring their cargo plane. They usually do it at most shows where the plane they use to ship all their crap from site to site.
Okay.
They bring in from a different angle, from perpendicular to the flight line, and then it goes into this fucking vertical climb that is just amazing. It's amazing. If you haven't seen the Blue Angels, you got to go see them. Take the time to do it. It's pretty exciting stuff.
I want to do it once more before I die. Definitely.
The Thunderbirds too are right up there, of course.
Oh, of course. Absolutely.
I like the Thunderbirds paint scheme better.
I'm trying to remember what Air Force base that was. My cousin lives in Buckeye, Arizona, and I was in his pool looking up at the sky, laying, and all of a sudden an SR-71 flew over my head.
Oh,
holy shit!
Yeah,
oh, wow.
There's a Air Force base, because my uncle was in the Air Force during Vietnam, so he's a cheapskate, so he always lives near Air Force bases because they hook their people up. So he'll go to the Air Force base and go shopping and everything.
I was going to say that sounded a little shady there about hooking people up, but
they for like the service people will go in and they'll pay less for gas. They pay less for
I was thinking of something else, honey.
My uncle is such a square. He is the definition of like a rule law abiding citizen.
I'll tell you, the county airport out here has an air show every Labor Day, and they have some of the vintage aircraft, the World War II prop plane. And what they also have is the B-17 rides.
Oh, those are. Do you know? You just reminded me of something. Around this area, because of the movie industry, we have a lot of tanks around here. It's not rare.
Okay.
It's not rare to be driving down the road and see a Healy, which is a World War II British tank.
Okay.
Yeah.
With all the attachments, with the chains in the front and everything. It is not rare.
Yeah, I was at my ex's place a number of years ago, and she doesn't live too far from that airport where the air show is. And I'm out in the yard and I hear something and it sounds very, very familiar. And I look up there's a B-17G. It's like I was in heaven. Holy shit.
There's a group of older gentlemen out here, and they have restored and they fly a P-57 Lightnings. Is that what they're called?
Mustang.
Yeah.
Mustang or
P-50.
P-51.
The Lightning is
P-51. Sorry, yeah, that's
the Lightning is
P-50.
the P-38.
There's 6 of them, and not one of these people are under 70. But they take off in the airport and they head more north towards my house, and they fly in formation. You could still hear the pistons. You could still hear it's amazing. It's an amazing sight.
Because I live not too far from a place where they still semi-regularly fly the Supermarine Spitfire, the few that are left.
That's awesome.
Now, you want to talk about playing with the most beautiful sounding engine of any.
There is nothing in the
world.
world like the sound of a Supermarine, a Merlin engine.
Yeah,
well, the Merlin powered the decent Mustang as well. When you got rid of the Allison engines that were horribly underpowered. Yeah, but it is absolutely beautiful. I wish I had a pilot's license. I wish I had the money for a Mustang. I would be flying one right now.
It's a really amazing second to hearing the real old warbirds is, believe it or not, in radio control land, one of the things that the high-end guys can afford to buy that us mortals can't are small-sized radial engines.
Oh,
and, every type of engine has its own particular sound. An F1 engine has a certain scream to it. A Volkswagen Bug has a certain sound to it.
Mm-hmm.
Every engine is different, and it has a unique sound. And you build a radial engine, even if it's a small thing for like a 1/4 or 1/5 or 1/6 scale plane, it sounds just like the real one.
Absolutely.
And you send these suckers up in these, just backyard aviation, and this thing comes ripping by at 150 miles an hour or so, and it's like it's the real thing right above your head.
You mentioned about the sound, and for some products, like particularly cars and motorcycles, these sounds are specifically engineered, even to the point that Harley Davidson has filed a copyright on the sound of their motorcycles.
Holy shit. I didn't know you could do that.
Turns out you can't. But
let's put it this way. If any company in the world is going to try doing that, it'd be Harley Davidson, isn't it? So,
well, the problem is that Harley had a sound, and then every company copied them and sold better motorcycles. Is what happened.
Okay.
And now they just sell better motorcycles.
Oh, it's true. And I'm wearing a Harley shirt. I used to own a Harley, but they're crap.
Where all of that started was with Yamaha when they came out with their V-twin. It was a fuel injected bike as opposed to carbureted, and to improve their sales, they made it sound like a Harley by programming in a miss to the idle so that it would sound like a Harley.
My uncle even had a Honda that sounded like a Harley.
I had well, it wasn't my bikes, my brother had it. It was a Kawasaki dual overhead cam 6-cylinder, and it sounded just like an F1. We'd run it without muffler, and the thing was just like, wow!
That's awesome.
Screaming.
You want to say about that engine sounds? I went to a British Superbikes race at Brands Hatch a few years ago, and you could just which is obviously the race. Basically, Superbikes are essentially race modified versions of bikes you can buy, kind of, that. I think the only thing that's actually about the same on them is you can buy in the shop is the chassis. That's about it. But the thing is, you'd hear the Hondas and the Hondas and Yamahas would be nipping around the track, and you just hear it go, and then the Ducati would come around the corner, and it's like,
so true.
Well, that gear driven valve train of a Ducati is unbelievable, and the sound of it is again unique.
Yeah. But they're another bike though. They're another bike manufacturer who've got a reputation that their bikes are very highly priced, but not necessarily the best quality.
Well, it's all reputation too. Like in Australia, you have to have a Harley in order to be in a club, to ride with your friends, to not get spit on, you know. But you also better be a motorcycle mechanic.
Oh yeah, you got to know how to fix your bike.
I will defend Harley to my grave. And the reason for that is that I'm from Milwaukee, and Harley has a very big role in the Milwaukee economic picture. They hire lots and lots of people, and
I almost bought
a lot of money in town.
I almost bought a Milwaukee Bucks jersey because the Milwaukee Bucks, in the NBA, they all have sponsors now, and the Milwaukee Bucks are sponsored by Harley Davidson. So I was like this close to buying a jersey.
I mean, they do. They have to play quite a good role in keeping people employed there, because you know all those failing parts they keep having to remanufacture there. So
they were bought out by a Japanese company almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And
but their build, you know, their build quality on them has always been inferior to the Japanese bikes. Let's be clear on that.
Now
Harley. Go ahead.
That's why now, I'll tell you the year, Harley. But now that's why we have Harley electric Harleys.
Harley was bought by AMF back in the 70s.
Yeah, that was a very bad era for them.
It was a disaster. It was
absolutely.
A disaster.
Yeah.
And Harley bought itself back and has been independent ever since. Now they do have collaborations going. Certain designs that they have worked very closely for a number of years with Porsche designs. And
they vote.
Okay,
yeah, I
but
mean,
they're independent today. I thought they were still owned by another company.
No, they're owned. Okay, so the Harley Davidson group is owned by a Japanese company. So there still is the American Harley Davidson logo, everything, rah, but they're owned by a Japanese company. And the only reason I know this is because I know a lot of old, well, now they're really old by now, Vietnam vets who basically were like, I'm not going to buy a Harley after a certain year because they're old and racist. And so they're saying because it's no longer an American company, they're not going to buy it. But I asked the same people, like, hey, do you drive a Ford? Because I drive a Ford.
Yeah.
And Ford and Mazda are the same company. They are the same.
Well, pretty much all the all the old British car names are pretty much all owned by German manufacturers now, like BMW.
Exactly.
You know.
And you know, the thing is too is that most companies are a subsidiary that thereof.
Yeah, BMW is independent.
Yeah, you know that
BMW buys other companies. They own Rolls Royce. They own MG.
Yeah, they own Rolls Royce.
The most incredible.
They own what was Austin, which is obviously the Mini.
Range Rover.
Do they still own Jaguar or not?
Ford,
I'm not sure.
Ford.
No, I think they dumped.
Ford owns Jaguar, and we sold a massive contract to India, so now Fords and Jaguars are made in India.
Yeah,
a big chunk of them, not all, but a big chunk.
Well, call me whatever you want, but if I had my druthers, I would love to have a BMW R75 with sidecar.
Yep.
The World War II model.
No, R75 is not World War II. R75 was 60s,
Sure
70s. The Boxer motor was World War II, but they were living under 500 cc's through the war and stuff like that. The biggest war engine I think they had was a 250. 250 or a 300.
Okay, but the question is, can you drink tea in the sidecar?
Sure, why not?
Yeah. I'm trying to bring it full circle.
Yeah, they started building in microwave, so you can do that.
Speaking of, I think I'm actually going to make a mug of tea while we're at it
But it's
here, 'cause
like,
I haven't.
If I saw a microwave on a bike, I would run.
see, it's a
Diana,
bit like
Yes, dear.
do you nuke or boil your water for tea?
Oh, I nuke it. It's easy.
yeah.
Awesome.
I was just saying because it's like what's that famous movie? The Great Escape. Everybody thinks Steve McQueen was riding a BMW R75. It actually was a British Triumph TR6 that he rode in that movie.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, to be
And most
fair,
and most of the so-called BMWs you see in Hollywood movies are actually Zundaps, which were the Russian copycat version of
Yeah.
the
Oh,
BMW
yeah, yeah.
cycles.
if I ever
Because
see
they're
one,
cheap
I
and
will.
plentiful, and you can wreck them, and who cares?
If I ever see one of those, I'm gonna buy one. That's a thing out here. Like, if it's a thing, like to own one of those.
You know, it's really funny that Russians, they do a lot of that copycat stuff, just like China does. The Russians did a copy of the Hasselblad camera, the 1600F, and it was pathetic.
If you ever get
It
bored,
broke all the time, but it looked exactly like the original, and its lenses, its optics were very, very good, but mechanically it was junk.
Yeah, Russians
There's-
have not been noted for precision mechanics.
look up.
Russian.
Look up.
No, here's the thing with Russia. They are not very good at manufacturing consumer goods as well. It's because of the way the economy was run. How best way to put it is this: Russian cars are bloody awful, but Russian machine guns are bloody excellent.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
so
So-
you literally they make terrible video games and movies, but their firearms are second to none. I knew someone in LA that had an AK-47 that was so old it could have been shot at the Bay of Pigs, and that thing still fired. It still was in top condition.
See, because this is how you run a good oppressive dictatorship. You just need to make good guns. Everything else can suck, and people just know, like it, or we kill you.
So true. So true. And like with the AK-47, you don't even have to be accurate. Oh, so true. If you ever get bored, look up Russian dash cams and Russian video games. You will not be bored anymore. It is hilarious.
I saw some of the early like Russian imitations of like game consoles and stuff that which are quite hilarious. But you say that Russian video games, probably one of the most successful video games in the history of video games is Russian.
Oh yeah.
So-
What's it named? That
Wolfenstein?
No.
I know. I'm just talking.
The blocks that fall.
Yeah.
I forget the name of
Now I have Tetris stuck
Tetris.
in my head.
Tetris.
I used to love that.
And
That was my
and
jam.
Wasn't the Rubik's Cube Russian also?
I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know about the cube, but I wouldn't doubt it. They have been quite good as far as mathematicians.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. And by no means.
Elements. They're
And if you're looking for a mad monk, don't even think of anybody but Russia.
Well, it's a reason. There seems to be a reason why they've always had all the best chess players in the world. You know.
And when I lived in Portland, they had a Russian population, and they were absolutely lovely people.
On the
Oh,
Mad
yeah.
Monk comment, most people don't know this, but Tom Baker got the role of Doctor Who because one of the producers saw him
Yeah.
playing Rasputin.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Nicholas and Alexandra. That
kids, we're gonna get to
awful
move.
movie.
These two vehicles are about to leave, so I'm gonna move into their slot.
Yeah, he was one of. I've seen that film, and he's one of the few bright spots of what I thought was otherwise a bloody awful movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen it myself, but that's what I've heard
Yeah.
about it. But
It's quite offensive. It's quite offensive in terms of the history it tells. I mean, which a lot of films are, to be fair, but that one was really bad.
I've been watching a really cheesy old TV show from the 80s. It's called Nell. Give Me a Break. But they make some really racist comments.
Wait, the movie,
but
the movie now?
No, the show with Nell
No,
Carter.
the show's called Give Me a Break, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah.
She was like the maid for a police chief, and he's Polish, and they constantly make Polish jokes. They constantly like. And when I was a kid, I never noticed any of this because I used to watch it when I was a kid. It was just on TV. We only had 13 channels, so I was captured.
Only.
But but I never noticed how much racial innuendo they had. And by today's standards, you couldn't say half of that stuff. And it's, because I always harp on British television, but we were just as bad. We were just as bad, in America.
Well, there was a Saturday Night Dog movie show that was on in Cleveland when I was a kid that made their living on Polish jokes, basically, because the suburb that I grew up in was alleged to have a very, very heavy Polish immigrant population. And you had all the, white as a Polak and the whole thing. Yeah.
I saw that. And they had the gay episode. I might make a video about it. Or I might just crop it and take the copyright strike and put it on my channel. But the way they speak to each other by today's standards, I don't think that people realize how much people suffered even in the early 80s on what we consider sexuality today, the things that we take for granted. You should definitely go back and watch something like that and see how people used to get spoke to, and then call anyone in the LGBTQIA plus community over 50 a snowflake. You're laughing. I'll laugh at you. I will laugh.
Oh, yeah. And even like commercials and stuff for, products were horribly misogynistic. I mean, a guy putting his wife over his knee and spanking her because the coffee was horrible and all this other shit.
Oh, yeah. I've seen some of those ads from the 60s.
And, I didn't even realize it, because I was just a doty-eyed kid, I could care less. I just loved watching TV. And I go back and watch it now, and I'm like, oh, wow. Or like, she references her race every other sentence in certain episodes, It's just, it's the funniest thing.
I have to see where I can put the tea bag here, because I don't want to get up out of this chair.
In the mouth. I'm sorry.
I don't swing that way, lady. I'm a dyke, okay?
Do we? By the way, do we like the new view?
It's beautiful.
Yeah, let's highlight it again.
I want to go hide. Can I just go? Can I get a boat and just kind of go claim that island out there?
Yes, you can. I mean, you can't own it, but you could certainly go to it anytime you want.
Could I go spend the night out there?
Yeah, be fun,
yes, absolutely. There are no penguins. There are no penguins guarding it.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if you could spend the night out there or if the cops might come out and chase you away.
No, they couldn't care less.
They would spot my giant bright green kayak.
Oh,
well,
look,
I mean,
there's a plane.
Just because, they object to people camping in public parks and that.
That's why I asked, because out here, you have to go past a ranger station before you because once you pass a ranger station, they know you're there, so then you can go camping anywhere. But if you were just to pull off in unincorporated areas, they think you're a pot dealer. or you're going to go find your pot that you planted.
Oh, but when you said Ranger Station, the first thing that popped into my mind was Yogi Bear. Shows you how old I am.
I used to watch Yogi when I was a kid.
Got a picnic basket?
Yeah.
My mother's father. My mother's father actually was a forest ranger. And, way back in the days when even a lot of people didn't have telephones, one of his main jobs was sitting up in the tower watching for forest fires.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember reading a little piece in one of the kids' magazines about somebody who would be up in the tower looking for fires and shit like this. That was what, 60s or so.
Yep.
But
well, he was doing it from, back in the Depression, up through the 70s.
What they used to have a really cool name to smoke jumpers or something like that.
Well, smoke jumpers are the firefighters that parachute into the wildfires.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I know someone that did that.
When I was at university the first time around, my girlfriend wanted to go onto a track that would take her to be a forest ranger. So that was kind of an interesting little thing going on there.
Most DNRs, Department of Natural Resources in most states, are desperate for people to be wardens and forest rangers and stuff. That they're just begging for people.
So they're so desperate here that we have retirees at almost every ranger station because the rangers need to be in the parks.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
So we have at all of our lakes. It's rare if you see someone under 60 years old, and I'm not even joking.
In Upper Michigan, that was really common too. That you had a lot of guys in their 70s taking those posts.
Oh yeah, because it's just like, hey, welcome to the park. What are you doing here? Enjoy our park. Have a good day. Pay your fee or whatever.
What was the ranger's name in Yogi Bear? Was it Ranger Smith?
Ranger Smith, yeah.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay. Oh, God. I miss that stuff, and I don't miss that stuff all at the same time.
Do you think Yogi and Boo Boo were actually lovers?
Oh, absolutely. Had to be.
So if that's true, then Huckleberry Hound was gay.
Yep.
Well, if you're blue, it's pretty much a given, isn't it?
But the interesting thing here, and this is absolutely real, those three characters were voiced by the same guy.
Yeah.
Really?
Dawes something or other his name was. I was just looking at it yesterday.
It's a bit like how Mel. It's a bit like how Mel Blanc used to do all the Looney Tunes, isn't it?
Oh my word, yes. God, he was the man of 1,000 voices, I think, or what did they call him?
Trouble is, you went down that line. I almost started breaking into that blooming song. I know about it. You don't know. And it's just, it's a bit rude, that song. So,
yeah, Scott McNeil is a voice actor that does a lot of that now, and I saw him at a convention. And for Transformers Beast Wars, he wound up voicing 4 of the 6 main characters. So he had said that his job was sitting in a glass booth all day talking to himself.
Okay.
You watched Seth MacFarlane talk to himself.
Oh, hi, Dave.
Hello,
Dave.
Dave.
There's an episode of
right,
Star Trek.
you look a lot happier than the last message I saw about you.
Who?
You.
Oh, I'm faking it. It's a very very incredible illusion, isn't it? I haven't thrown up yet today, so I'm still in a good mood.
You know what? Yesterday, all the seriousness kind of ruined my 420 yesterday, so I'm enjoying it. So,
man.
I'm in a better mood today, too.
Okay, let's bring everybody crashing down. No sooner is the Derek Chauvin verdict in, but that 15-year-old girl gets killed in Columbus, Ohio. Go figure. Did you
America to not go off on it too much because I don't know if Perp wants us to go off on it too much.
Yeah,
it always goes in the wrong direction.
I to say about it. How could anyone choose their words as poorly as Nancy Pelosi did?
Oh, gee, I saw that.
What did she say?
Oh, thank you, Derek. Thank you, George Floyd, for sacrificing your life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but
What the hell?
remember, she's from California, and we don't use words. We don't use words properly. So take care.
He did not sacrifice his life. His life was stolen.
Yeah. Even in like cultures where there was human sacrifice, generally sacrifice is somewhat, somewhat a voluntary thing. I don't think we can. Just forgive me if I'm wrong about this. I don't think George Floyd was volunteering to die for
Yeah, you get that impression, don't you?
He wasn't. What
Yeah.
a selfish motherfucker.
It's amazing. I used to have some respect for Nancy Pelosi. It's just going down the tubes right now. Over the last couple of years, I don't know.
Ask any Californian, and we'll tell you about their policies because we're living it,
The
and it's not the best.
thing is, I don't know what I could find out would be better.
No, it's true because here's the problem about California. We have some of the most progressive laws in the nation, but who is going to enforce them? You have to actually have people to enforce them. Like if you misgender somebody enough, you will get fired or even possibly go to jail. But it has to be malicious enough to be enforced. So in idea, California is a great place, but in practice, it's an
Not
experiment gone
necessarily.
wrong.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that pretty much a summary of the whole U.S.?
Well, now the summary of the whole U.S. is that the U.S. is a shithole. I mean, Donald Trump had it right. He just had the wrong country.
I've been everywhere except for Hawaii, and California really does have some progressive laws, but we're no different than any other state. That's why I laugh when people are like, "Oh,
Wait a
California,
minute.
this or that."
No different to Iowa? I mean, excuse me, Doc, but still, I don't know if I'd want to be compared to Iowa.
Well, my whole point is we have our own set of problems. It's lefty land
Okay.
here, but we have a whole other set of problems. You can go out that door if you want, buddy. Go right ahead. We have a whole other set of problems,
What's so bad about Iowa?
It's kind of leaning a little bit to the right, almost horizontal.
Well, God, you
I
say
mean,
that as someone who lives in
You
Pennsylvania.
and I would not necessarily be welcome out there.
Wait. Jenny, how can you live in Minnesota and not rag on Iowa? It's a requirement for residency here.
Well, it is 30 miles away. So I don't. When the wind's coming from the south, I can smell it.
There you go.
And I absolutely detest their politicians, their senators and governors and stuff. But other
There
than
you
that-
go. You were asking me why rag on Iowa, see?
But other than that, it's a really nice flat stage. You can practically see the whole thing at once.
Yeah, that's pretty much the best thing I could say about Iowa is it is boring. There is really nothing you can say about it.
Oh, jeez, man. Absolutely. I have not been through Iowa, but Illinois is not that far away as far as I understand.
Oh, no, it's not. It's quite flat.
Yeah, and it just driving through Illinois to get to St. Louis from Cleveland, it was holy shit. Oh, my.
I've had
Although I
like
hear
drive-
that Kansas and Nebraska are even worse on that account.
See, this is one thing that a lot of people. You guys are giving away America's secrets. America is huge. It's wide open spaces.
Yes, yeah.
I've driven from Santa Monica to Georgia all the way up to Maine, and Maine back to California. America is boring. Most of it is just wide. It's beautiful, but it's wide open spaces.
There's a reason that half of the Midwest is called the Great Plains.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It
It's
literally
quite plain.
Well, when the pioneers came
I thought that
through,
was
it was
because
literally 1,000 miles of grassland and nothing else.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
If you look at the picture I'm showing you right now, you'll see the bluffs off in the distance. That's Minnesota. And
What were
you
you
see
going to
how
say,
they-
Dave? Oh,
It
sorry.
didn't matter.
And you see how they're nice and flat. That's pretty much the rest of the state from there west. It's at that altitude, and it's flat.
I do admit some partiality toward the desert Southwest, though. I just love Arizona, the Sonora Desert. I wouldn't want to live there. I mean, there's this thing about I kind of like water, but you know.
So I lived in Arizona, and they catered towards rich people. If I ever won the lottery, I would move to Arizona.
Well, the way I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, it's a lot more urban sprawl now than it was when I was out there, say, 35 years ago.
So even when I was there 20 years ago, it's changed. They had the great boom in, I think it was 2007, right before the bubble burst, when everybody was buying houses and, we were all rich in America. And everybody moved to Phoenix for some reason. Well, I know why, because you could buy a mansion for the same price that you could buy a house anywhere else.
Okay. Yeah, no more on that one.
Same thing happened. I make money off of that here. I buy property rights to foreclosed houses so I can pick the stuff they leave behind. And it's never in the middle class neighborhoods where the foreclosures are. It's always where the mansions are, because people buy beyond their means.
I like it. Doc says I was a great place to live, but I wouldn't want to visit there. Yeah, okay. Oh, scheisse.
Oh, Doc, I missed you, Doc.
I have never lived in Iowa, but I've lived in virtually every state that borders it.
Okay. I haven't spent all that much time west of the Mississippi, but I've spent a great deal of time east. I think maybe about 4 or 5 states east of the Mississippi I have not been in or spent any time in, but I'd like to get west. I don't know if I'm going to be able to or not. I don't know if I'm going to live long enough. Let's put it that way. But
well, we certainly got to at least bring you here for a visit.
It's not that far. It's not that far over here either.
I mean, I want to get out to California because I want to, besides the obvious reason, Dave, I'd like to be on both coasts. I mean, I've been to the East Coast. I've walked the Atlantic coast. I'd like to walk the Pacific coast. And, I don't know, maybe get around to that one of these days and see what happens. Plus, I've got another friend out there in LA.
We're having crazy weather today. It's been hot. It's been hot every day, and now it looks like a hurricane is coming in.
Well, we've got snow forecast in the future here in Pittsburgh.
Oh wow! I guess winter.
Yeah, I didn't want to let go.
I guess that stupid woodchuck was right this year, right?
I guess so. It's the last I checked a couple hours ago, it was 37 degrees here.
Okay, people don't get the woodchuck thing.
Oh, Punxsutawney Phil?
Yeah, well, the whole rhyme is that if he sees his shadow, you'll have another 6 weeks of winter, and if he doesn't, spring is a month and a half away.
Yeah.
People don't get that.
Oh, jeez.
And you wonder why we get judged, because we literally use a woodchuck as a measurement tool.
Yes.
It just occurred to me, I didn't think woodchucks were real.
Oh, they are. They're.
Oh yeah, it's a
real ground squirrels, right?
Yeah, they're basically an oversized squirrel, more or less.
Because of overpopulation, we've kind of driven everything just away from humans.
Yeah.
I thought a woodchuck was a small-sized badger.
No, we have badgers.
No, you don't have badgers. You've got something else you call a badger. They're not badgers. They're vicious.
Here we go.
Yeah, we have demonically possessed badgers, is what we have.
Yes. The groundhog, also known as a woodchuck.
Our badgers are generally quite placid unless you start espousing the merits of Disney.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think. Out here, we have like coyotes and cougars, and not just somebody's single mom, like real,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
real
I knew that was
cougars,
coming.
like real actual
Before you
cougars.
finish the word.
No, it's not rare to see a 300-pound cat and a cougar.
Uh-huh.
I'm
Yeah.
kidding, and a cougar.
Actually, in Minneapolis, they even occasionally get cougars that wind up wandering right into the city.
Yeah,
I've seen several times that they've had to call animal control out and bring out a helicopter to bring them in.
Oh, jeez.
Try to relocate them back to a safe area.
We get them here, but at least here in Southern California, we're destroying their habitats. It still trips me out how we'll shave down a mountain to put houses up, to put a front lawn in that house. So they're literally tearing down nature to put up grass.
Yep.
Yes.
I don't get it. And no one's moving here, and we're still building houses.
Yeah, a woman I used to work for raised Irish wolfhounds. They were big dogs. They were like 180, 200 pounds, most of them. One of them actually tangled with a cougar one night because it came into the pen after the dog food.
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
Oh yeah.
And the dog managed to drive it off, but got messed up pretty bad.
And here
Yes,
I
you need
think it's a good day when I see 3 or 4 deer.
You need one of the old.
across
You need one of the old Russian bear dogs. That'll fuck up a mountain lion.
Okay. In memory of
Nick.
Oh, so we have memorial benches.
Yeah, it's something I've noticed. This is like the third one I've seen, not just here, but other places. It seems to be somebody figured out a new way to get money off of the bereaved.
So could I, if I paid money, could I get a bench that says "in memory of my ass"?
Yeah.
No, actually,
Probably not.
If I pay them, what if I gave them like 50 grand and I was like, I'm crazy?
you see the memorial benches around a lot of the Minneapolis lakes. And actually I like that. I think it's a nice memento rather than a tombstone in a graveyard, to actually have it out there where somebody will enjoy it and have some, marker remembering somebody in a place where people will actually see it.
Oddly enough,
Well, not that anybody would do it for me.
I'm assuming they're not that popular in the States, because when we were playing Ingress, we managed to get thousands from the UK into the game before people in the US started submitting them and them saying straight away, you can't have memorial benches.
We have weird markers here. Like if there's a car accident, they'll put up like a concrete memorial for people to be like, hey, someone died here. So we have we get a lot
I've seen
of
quite a few of those here.
Yeah, but those aren't authorized. So that's stuff that just families and friends do on their own. It's kind of weird.
True. And the city doesn't. There's
Here comes
one
an eagle. Probably
when I was a child, man, there was someone that was hit by a car almost 40 years ago, and their marker is still at the same spot. They've built around it. They've changed the school and everything, but the marker is still there.
Everybody disappeared.
Where did we go?
Where did everybody go? Cardinal Biggles. Anyway.
When you said that, I had a bit of a crisis.
Are we still live? Is everybody here?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the YouTube page and it's doing things. So
we're fine.
I'm gonna have to go
not
check
sure.
on my.
I'm not here.
Check on my.
I left as well.
I'm rarely here. I'm gonna have to go check on my son in a minute. He's in the backyard with an airsoft gun.
Oops.
And I'm like,
that could be interesting.
I'm letting him grow up, but I'm also not trusting parent.
Yeah,
I'm trying to not be hover dad though, because he's growing up,
Yeah, I get him a buggy cam. You can watch it.
I have my house is wired, so the entire perimeter of my house I have cameras, but like I have to let him grow up, you know.
And that's why you have cameras. You can watch him without him knowing you're watching him. So you already turn up and shit goes to hell.
That's true. That's true. And you get weird when you have hover parents. So I'm trying to not create another weird person in this world. First, my son has autism.
We've met your son.
We certainly did.
No, I taught him, I want to tell you flat out, because he has ASD, I taught him how to curse and fight. Good luck. Good luck to anybody who wants to roll up on my kid. Good luck.
So speaking of good luck, I see that B's got a couple job interviews coming up. We need a couple Christians here to pray for her.
I'm so over the Christian trolls. I'm so over
Yeah, you've been having a rough week all around, haven't you?
Yeah, it's my pretty face.
There you go. There you go.
I had to go to answer a phone call, though, while I was off. I saw this message that I got from somebody. They're going to go nameless. I got a message from somebody who's I've been on streams with, and they said that they can't be on streams with me anymore. And it kind of hurts. No, actually, it hurts a lot because I really like the person very, very much. But it's because I am so vehemently anti-religious and non-supportive of any religion that I hurt their feelings with it, and I don't question their feelings at all. If I did that, I did that. I'm sure that's how they feel. And I'd like to apologize to them if they happen to be listening. And I didn't mean it. But I understand your feelings and the action that you've chosen. And I certainly won't feel any differently about you. I like you a lot. You know who you are.
I don't know. There are religious people that I rather like, but religion itself is crap.
Jenny has
I've been having some
in me now as to wanting to know who, and she's definitely not going to tell us.
Oh no,
I know.
I think I know who it is. I know who it is.
But the thing is, is the community in general, us sitting here, we all know we are part of certain circles, and we clash. We have different views. We're I don't even say we're a community. We're just people who choose to come together and tolerate each other for an hour every day.
Well,
and we're going to clash.
We do have communities. The thing is that we actually are a group of several overlapping different communities.
Yes.
True. True.
Yesterday summed up quite well when Jeff did his football stream.
Yeah.
But also when you said it the other day, I've been going off on it ever since you said it the other day, Dave, that we're a small community.
Yeah.
Even if we had 20,000, 30,000 people, we're still a small community. Yeah. And we're subsect. We have, we're circle here, there, this community, this person, So I'm trying to be nice. We're going to clash with each other. There's a few people I'm clashing with. You know what I do? I move on.
Yeah.
And if they're friends
absolutely.
And if they're friends with somebody that I don't like, I just won't go in as heavy as I normally would around that person, because that's real life. In real life, one of the hardest things for me in life was to be around people that I don't like.
Yeah.
But you know what? I do it sometimes.
Yeah. Well, and I understand people are going to have these conflicts. It is difficult on me, because I've had a couple of instances now of, people who I've had in here, but who say they can't be in here together.
Oh, I've a year of trying to get guests daily.
Oh man,
I have a list of people that will not go with other people.
Yeah. I've got an instance of that on the Lavender Lady, and it's unfortunate because I dearly love them both, but the one especially will not come on the panel while the other is there. It's just simply, I hate her, and it's that's it. And it's unfortunate, but it does happen.
I will be glad to accede to this person's desire or the host's request for that person to be on the show. That I will accede to them and not go on the show. That
Just
I don't think they should have to be the person who
I at least
who
respect
avoids
that
I'd
they
be-
have told you.
Oh, I do too. very
Normally,
much.
it's not. Normally,
Yes.
it's me being put in a position where I've got to tell someone that they can't come on, that I can't have them on my show at this time, and I can't tell them why. Because
And
the
it's
other
also-
person doesn't want me to tell them.
Yeah, no,
It's also-
it was
I'm
and it was
kind
a
of
very
in that with a
it was a very
couple-
polite letter.
And
Yeah.
it's also better
not-
than a fallout because let's
I'm
be
not being
real.
funny. Is there anyone who hosts a stream in this community that has not come across that problem at some point?
I imagine not.
I think everybody has had that
We're in
problem.
the same
I'm a-
community, so there must be the same people.
I'm a rookie, and it happens every week. Every week on
Yeah.
my show, it's like, oh, this person doesn't want to be on that or some. I'm like,
And
where's
to be-
so and so? Where's so and so? And they're like, oh, they don't like us anymore, or someone will leave
And
the group. Or
To be fair,
Yeah.
there's one or two people that I would never go on a stream with, but they're not. Don't really have much to do with them anyway. So but it's very few and far between the people.
But
who
there's
are,
people. There's people who don't like me. Hey, keep looking at my pretty face.
I'm trying to think of
Yeah,
anyone-
it is what it is.
I
It is
can't
what
say
it is.
that
think-
there's anyone that I would refuse to be on a stream with, although there's probably 2 or 3 people who would not want to be in with me.
Who?
Oh, there are loads of people that wouldn't want to go on with me, but I can't think of anyone that I wouldn't go on. I mean, there are people that I would say I struggle to do a long time with them. I find them frustrating.
And there are a couple of people who do not like me at all, and okay, that's their prerogative. I suppose I get on people's nerves, and then I'm not being facetious here. I'm not the greatest, company in the world all the time. So I get it.
Recently, there's two different types of people. There's people who see me on point and they don't like me. That kind of person, I'm like, I want nothing to do with you. And because I always say, get to know me, and there's all kinds of reasons why you won't like me. Get to know me first. But it's been happening. It's the flags. So the flags have been triggering people. So the flags are staying because my social experiment is it's working.
You kind of look like Donald Trump over there, though. I'll tell you.
I have
No, it's a reminder that people that are in the LGBTQIA plus community and people that have color still live here too. It's a reminder.
Okay, Jenny's trying to say something.
I'm a person who is absolutely extremely sensitive to rejection, and for this person to say this, do this, it's really very hurtful, and I know that they're not intending to hurt me. I'm not trying to make that point. And I would do anything to resolve this.
But Jenny,
that's the kind of
But you
person.
shouldn't.
It may not be possible, but I'm always open to that, and I think that's one thing that all of us can look at if we do have conflicts like this. That is there a way for it to be resolved? Maybe it is, maybe there isn't. But I think we should always ask if that's a possibility.
Yeah, well, one of the things I've had a problem with is I know that there are people who don't like me, but will never tell me why. And it's like, if you tell me what the problem is, maybe it's something I can work on. If I don't know what's bothering you, there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
Well, as I said in the letter, they were very clear as to why, and it's my vehement disgust of religion and
I am
expressing that.
observing there are at least 2 people in our community that I would say are transphobes.
Well, okay, that's on the transphobes. I've met so many people. I've met so many people
I know of that have made it.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. I have met so many people that are homophobic that I have lost count.
Yes.
And that amazes the shit out of me.
I suspect someone that I know that doesn't like me, and I suspect it's because I'm bi, because I can't think of anything else.
It amazes me, though, that we have phobes in our midst. This phobe or that phobe. I have to keep reminding myself that we're all people and we do have our failings. I mean, we're
Yes.
not.
Yeah, but being
This
online-
community is not perfect.
Jen
No.
and I talk about this all the time. Like, being online is like coming out all over again because all these people are getting to know you. In my real life, everybody knows my business, so people leave me the hell alone. Like, everybody knows who I am. They know what I am. So there's no secrets, you know? And so online, I've got a lot of backlash, and it reminds me of 22 years ago when it came out. And it's almost the same thing, but it's people that are getting to know you, because there are some people who are shocked when they I'll say, oh, I'll make a joke about a strip club, and then I'll say, oh yeah, it was guys, and they're like, what? I'll say, yeah, there was a bunch of go-go dancers, and they're like, that's not funny. But 30 seconds ago, they thought it was a funny joke when I was talking about women, you know.
Yeah.
I've run into that in this community time and time again. I've actually scaled back a lot of my dick jokes because I've made more enemies than friends.
Well, I expect that the people I've bothered, it has been because I've been, too loose about talking about having sex with both men and women.
Yes.
I don't understand why they're
I don't know.
making a joke about your dick.
No, but I've gotten a lot of backlash.
Everyone else laughs at it.
I'm gonna
this is personally, I don't understand how anyone would want a guy, but to each his own. And remember, I was trying to be one years ago. So,
Yeah. Do you think that might have something to do with it, that you were being forced to be something you weren't comfortable being?
it's not out of the question.
And I think that's you hit the nail on the head. A lot of it's closet cases too, and people, like, I call it the micro P anger. Like, some people are just angry, and they don't know who they are, and there's nothing scarier on earth than a human being who knows who and what they are.
The other thing with me is it might actually be biological. For the most part, I don't like the way guys smell. It's not an aroma sort of thing. It's more visceral. It's almost like a pheromonal thing.
It's the burning of my eyes.
There you go.
No,
And I mean, there have been a couple guys out there, I've had second thoughts about. It's like, were you not happily married? Would I be considering you? And no.
I think you have to. I think you would have to find a guy that smelt right to you. There is the point. I'm surprised about both men and women that most people don't seem to be able to consciously pick up on the differences in smells, and I find that really weird.
Well,
I can.
Not everybody is tuned into their different abilities.
There is something to it. It's not exactly odor, because I've got, chronic sinus problems and allergies. So often I can't smell anything at all, but there still is something that I pick up on some people that can be very off-putting.
Yeah. And as I say, it's with me, it's not an aroma thing. It's not that somebody got BO or anything like that.
No.
It's definitely different.
Yes, it probably is something with the pheromones, certain pheromones they're releasing, that you just instinctively pick up on, but you're not consciously aware of.
Yeah.
Ask any trans woman, and as they go through their chemical conversion with HRT,
good way to put it.
You change how you smell changes, and you notice it.
Yes, absolutely. I noticed that big time.
I've heard some people talking about when they transitioned that their cats and dogs began to respond to them very differently.
Oh wow!
Because that changed.
Oh wow!
I do have a story where I suspect that my Miranda changed her response to me when I went on HRT. Well, I think most of you have heard the story, but the people who take razor blades to themselves when they get under stress?
Yes.
That was Miranda. She would claw at her neck. And for 13 years of her kitty life, she had an open wound there. But when I went on HRT, she stopped. Just like that. And for the last couple of years of her life, she actually had fur on her neck. And it was amazing. I asked vets, nobody knew what the hell was going on.
This sounds
But
like
it was-
a good PhD dissertation.
Yeah, absolutely.
I smell like CK1, shame, and daddy issues. That's my feeling.
You use that line a
Okay.
lot, and I love it every time you say
I
that.
change it up. I change it up every once in a while.
Well,
I love
it's
that line.
Oh.
I love that line. That is like one of my favorite lines. I wait for people to bring it up.
That's my favorite line that I use every 6 or 8 months. Otherwise it gets, everybody knows the punchline is. But I saw my first porn film last week, and everybody says, "What?" And I said, "Yeah, I can't believe how young I was."
I love that one too.
And I didn't invent it. I stole it from somebody. I can't remember who, but it's a great fucking
Yeah,
line.
it's a great line.
It's like one one of my favourite ones is to say, someone asked me if I ever considered having a sex change once, and I said, well, any sex would be a change.
God, I know that
One of my
feeling.
favourite.
Yeah. Same here.
Oh, shit. Oh, well, what are you gonna do? I don't think I would know how anymore. It's been a while.
Oh, I think I'd remember, no matter how long it's been. I'm just
I'll draw you a map.
all I got to do is point, get wet, and just say, "Do it." I'm here. I'm all ready.
Oh, shit.
Damn it. Hey, is anybody out east? I hear you guys are getting a bunch of snow out east. Is that true?
Well, we have snow in the forecast here in Pittsburgh for later today. Let me look it up and see what's going on. See if
I thought I
things
heard
change.
somebody said
Sandy
you guys
said
are going to get like
both states
8
were
inches or some shit.
Yeah. Well, actually, Jenny, we had snow here last night. It was just flurries.
Yeah. I saw 1 or 2 flakes.
Okay, I didn't know. It seems that sometimes we were getting it and you weren't.
Yeah,
I'm wearing
that
long
seems to
sleeve.
happen.
I was literally wearing a cutoff shirt yesterday or the day before, and I'm wearing long sleeve and a vest today. It's freezing today. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 58 degrees Fahrenheit.
58.
Enjoy the
I would
mountain
kill
air.
for that.
I'm freezing. It was.
I'd be
Oh,
naked
I
sunbathing.
see that okay, here, there's no more snow in the forecast. They changed that. Now, about the 5cast, I'm not sure. But no, earlier today, they were forecasting snow for this evening, but that's not around.
My sister-in-law sent me a picture that they're getting snow in Milwaukee, and it was pretty much covering the grass already.
Well, like I say, we were having snow here last night, but I think we're probably up around 60 now.
Okay,
and
we're
that's-
sitting at
it happened
39
last
here.
week, but it's like last week on Tuesday we had snow, and on Thursday it was like 84.
Yeah, I don't think it's over 50 here.
I'll take the 84 for Christ's sake. I can't take the cold
Yeah,
anymore.
I'm going to build a Minnesota weather forecaster. Yeah, it's basically just a coin with the 2 sides labeled frying or freezing.
Okay. Oh, for the love
You know,
of Saint
58 to a Californian, you would laugh at us. Because I have a camera. People are wearing sweaters. They're like walking their dogs, and they're like in full winter gear. It's
Well,
That
freezing.
is just
Well, that
amazing.
makes sense. We go through that every season change. That's why 40 degrees is warm for us, because we've been fucking frozen for such a damn long time.
It was
Then-
90 on Monday.
Yeah.
So
Well-
the warm feels great.
In Minnesota, after a month, you acclimate to the changes. So it's like what was cold in September, in February is a heat wave.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Well-
There have literally been times I have been walking across a frozen lake in just a t-shirt.
I don't know. I must be getting old or something, because it's getting colder at the same temperature as time goes on. I mean, it's in the apartment here. It's about 72 or something, and I'm actually freezing. Where when I was a kid, 65 would be quite comfortable and everything else. So there's got to be something to that old person syndrome. I just don't know what it is.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I live in the land of old people. Old people move here because it's hot most of the year here.
Okay.
Also, when I lived in Arizona, snowbirds are real.
Yeah, that one I know about. And the thing I have noticed though is that part of my sensitivity to cold has been since I was homeless and spent a couple of really shitty winters on the verge of hypothermia. That really seems to have been a dividing line.
Well, yeah, I'm certain that, when you get to the point of it actually being life-threatening, that, yeah, your brain kind of gets wired to avoid that in the future.
Because I remember being under 5 blankets, fully dressed in a trench coat with 5 cats around me, trying to keep warm, and barely managing while it's 10 below outside, and I've got no heat and the whole thing like this. So God, that was a fun couple of years.
All I got is a thermal shirt and a hoodie. No pants at all.
You would laugh if you knew how many layers I had on right now.
Okay.
I was walking around with a tank top on yesterday. The temperature.
Pants,
you just reminded me. I need to go try on my leather pants. I've gained some weight. I bet I look great in my leather pants.
Well,
let's go. Wait, there are priorities here. Leather pants.
Are they out here? Or are they in the godless sewing closet? My closet is embarrassing. It's embarrassing of how much.
What are you doing with the closet, for Christ's sake? Get out of there.
Well, I'm obsessed with clothes and all the stuff I make, and so I've turned my middle bedroom into a giant walk-in closet.
Yeah, my 6 years in Michigan, I was definitely putting on weight. I can't get my leather pants on anymore.
Well, I have these jeans that I call they're like my middle of the road jeans. When I put them on, if they're really tight, I know that I'm sending the wrong message, and I've gained a lot of weight.
Okay, then. No, over the last couple of years, I lost 60 pounds. Some of it was actually intentional. But when we were at the protest, Purple, I weighed in at about 240, and I'm at 180 now.
I wouldn't have guessed you were that heavy, though. It really didn't show up for you.
Yeah, it surprised me that, when Aaron and I were talking about weight, that we weighed the same. He was 240, I was 240. And it was like, okay, I think I have to do something about this. And I can definitely see the difference if I look at myself in profile.
All right, I'll get the pants.
Okay, then. Yeah, definite fashion show here. The only problem I've got right now is that my skin is all sprung out. I'm not as young as I used to be, and the skin just isn't as elastic as it used to be.
Oh, God, I hate fucking old skin. God damn it.
Yeah.
Okay, Ox, where are you living that you can get away without long pants any time of the year?
North Carolina.
I was gonna say Dick Dawson. That's definitely not a good look, mate. Don't end up looking like him. Yeah.
Well, Dick should be able to live in a cold climate because he all he has to do is tuck his hair into whatever he's wearing and get an extra.
There you go.
That is actually something I discovered, that people don't think body hair serves a purpose.
Sure does.
But, yeah, in the winter, there's a big difference between when I let it grow out and when I've shaved my legs, that even though I don't have heavy body hair, just the fact that there's enough to create an air pocket between my skin and the material of my jeans makes a big difference in cold weather.
Oh yeah, it
I was
does.
going to say, have you not ever had long hair? The difference between short hair and long hair and how hot your head gets is phenomenal.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Yeah,
but I will
absolutely.
still keep the long hair. Short hair, no, thank you. I never did like short hair, but especially now, I need all the visual cues I can get. If my hair is too short, I look like a guy, and it's like, no, we can't do that.
Nerdy, we haven't seen you again since you had you last shaved your beard. It was very odd without it.
So these are my leather pants. They're the same color as I am.
Okay.
But
So you kind of disappear then when you're wearing them? Or?
well, when I have a trench coat, and when I wear them, I tell everybody my name's Captain Black Darkness, and I walk around and I just open it up. But these are old Kawasaki riding pants.
Okay.
I don't care about your pants. I want to know what your leather underwear is like.
Comfy. Absolutely.
All right.
But now that I think about it, if I wore these on stream, Perp might get the stream taken down.
I'm willing to take that risk.
Because so there's a photography tip from the brown guy. Never wear anything that's the same color as you are on camera, because you look naked or you look like your eyeballs are floating.
Yeah.
I've seen people out in public doing that intentionally, of getting pants that was the same as their skin tone, so they looked like they were naked.
Exactly. So
well, that's gone on for a long time in women's fashions, where there's
oh yeah, or the other
flesh colored stuff and a bunch of sequins on top, and it looks like they're naked.
The other fun one is when you're green screening and you wear clothing that's the same color as the green screen.
No idea what you're talking about.
Is that serious or
no? Have you not known? When's the last time you watched my streams?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now I remember. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I don't wear brown.
It's been a while since I've been on one of your streams. Dave.
It has. I've only been doing them 1 day a week at a fixed time, so I can't really accommodate anybody.
Oh, is that the way that works? Okay.
At the moment,
okay,
yeah.
problem.
Yeah, I saw you were looking for people yesterday, and I had to run out to the shops. I wasn't sure if I was going to be back in time.
Yeah.
Hopefully, after I do my new show, I'll try and do some others at some other times and actually start catching some other people.
William, are you saying you would never work for UPS?
What?
UPS here, they have I would, but they have such a waiting list that I wouldn't. I don't have the patience.
Now, I don't know if it's true anymore, but years ago, UPS used to be considered a really good company to work for.
They still are, and they have a waiting list here.
Yeah. Well, one of the big things that they had always been is that they only promoted from within. So anyone in a management position had started out in the warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they still do that to this very day. So when you go on the tour, the reason I know this is because my job helps people that are disabled go out in the community, and places like UPS, they hire people with autism, people with disabilities. But so when you go on the tour, the first place they take you is to the distribution center, because that's where you're gonna work. if you work there, you know.
Well, my sister used to work for them. Her last day alive was spent at a UPS distribution center.
Oh wow,
that doesn't sound like the best last day.
She had an aneurysm in the brain, and it burst, and bye Anne.
Aneurysm is a nice way to go, I believe. It's on off.
It was just crazy though. When I look back on it, I can see the warning signs. But back then we didn't know at all that she had this thing going on. It's something she had all her life. But the whites of her eyes were blue, if you can believe this one. She's the only person I've ever known who's had that. And later on, years later, I was reading an article, and it turned out that that is caused by weak connective tissue, and you can see a blue pigment through that connective tissue. What are arteries but connective tissue?
So
all her life she had weak arteries.
So something kind of weird like that. My father's eyes were turning blue. We all thought it was because he was going blind, and he wasn't. But he was this extremely dark black man, and from about 55 on, his eyes slowly started turning blue. So by the time he died, he had blue eyes. I still
With the irises?
No, his his eyes went from brown to blue.
Okay, I got you now.
It was the strangest thing. Is that if I hadn't witnessed it myself, because at first we told him you're lying, because he'd flash a light and be like, "Oh, my eyes are turning blue. Look." And all the males in my family, we have blue rings around our eyes, and it slowly took over. It was the strangest thing. I thought it's because he was sick all the time.
Okay.
The medicine.
Yeah, I could see where the pigment of the iris would degrade, and then you could have some of the other pigments that you don't normally see because you see is so dark.
Color-wise, it's all one pigment. It's just how much you've got of it that changes the color all the way through.
Oh, okay.
Strangest
So
thing.
it's
It was
just less and less. It would change color, going down towards blue, and then very, 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 very light.
We swore he was lying, but he drove. He never crashed. He put his clothes on every day. We swore he was lying, but we thought he was going blind. But he never deviated or changed. And if he was blind, he never let any of us know.
Okay, yeah. Hey, you want to drive down to the corner store?
Did anyone call him Moadib?
No, but the trippy thing is that he died on vacation. My pops was insane. He was a crazy, eccentric dude. Shocker, meeting me, shocker. But he died on vacation. So he drove to the fancy hotel he was staying at almost 72 hours before he passed.
Okay,
so his vision was still good, but it was just a crazy thing. His eyes turned blue. So now, every time my brothers and we see each other, we're flashing lights in each other's eyes like idiots. Like, oh, is your eyes turning blue?
That's why you're going to go blind. It'll be the light. My dad is going blind now. He's 80 next year, and they say it's down to the fact that he spent so much time around water. With sunlight reflecting off water.
Okay, so my dad was in the Navy. My dad was in the Navy too. Well, he was in the Navy, so wow.
In the Navy. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm very light sensitive. I have to wear sunglasses all the time, even to the point that there's times that everybody's turning their headlights on and I'm still wearing my sunglasses.
Has anyone else noticed that with the move to LEDs, that car headlights are annoyingly brighter?
I've noticed, oh my word, when I was driving home from Carbondale, Illinois, a lot of the drive was at night, and the headlights oncoming were so annoying that it was exhausting me.
Okay,
And
I haven't
had
had such a problem with the LED headlights, but the ones that got popular for a while were the blue halogen.
Yeah, the halogens.
Yeah,
you're right.
and those things were horrible.
But what I actually think it is, I think it's got bugger all to do with the type of light it is. I think it's probably got to do with the different sized vehicles.
Okay,
well, that too.
I agree with you, and they used to be illegal. They were illegal here in California forever, and then the styles of the cars changed and everything, and they don't enforce it anymore. So you will see someone 10 miles down the highway somewhere with those stupid lights. I can't stand those lights.
Well, what you're saying about the size of the cars, I do wind up having a problem with because, I drive a small car that's rather low to the ground.
Yeah.
So, like,
Yes,
you know,
I'll grant
your
you that.
standard pickup trucks, the headlights are right at my windshield level.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Old cars today do not use incandescent bulbs in the tungsten sets that we're used to. That
Right.
make yellowish
Mhm.
light. They're using halogens.
Yeah, but there's like
Well,
neon.
there are more and more LEDs. When I replaced the headlights on my car, I wound up getting an LED set, even though it's a 17-year-old car and it originally would have had the incandescents.
The problem that people run into when they want to use a halogen, because it's cool. First of all, there's a lot of dopes that go by a literally blue halogen because they think the HID lights are bluish, and they do have a slight blue cast, but blue is the worst possible color for a headlight because your eye is so insensitive to that color.
Yes.
You put that in there, and you can't see nearly as well as if you have
Yep.
a white light or a yellow light or a red light. The other problem that happens is that people that a headlight is designed for the kind of illumination it has inside, tungsten or halogen or HID, and people are basically putting high power unfocused bulbs into an unfocused lamp housing, and so you get this huge glare in undirected light, and that's what's really annoying you is how undirected the light is, and how damaging it is because it's all over the place. A properly focused projector beam, and for example, I have those in my car. That's BMW's been using them for decades. You look at my headlight profile down the road, and you actually see that it has a Z pattern to it, that it does not put light out into areas that would disturb another driver. It's just designed that way to do that. And you can clearly see the line of differentiation between dark and light. It just says, no, I'm not going to put light there. And I have the HID, and I have the HID stuff, and I never get people that are flashing their lights that your brakes are on and stuff like that, because they're properly built. And amateurs should not be modifying their lights. They just shouldn't.
Now, I used to love night driving, but coming home from Carbondale, oh my word, that was horrible.
I'm gonna
as
be
I say-
I'm gonna go night driving soon because I cry about Vegas so much. I need to go there.
Yeah, when can you go? You can go now, can't you?
Yeah, whenever.
Right now.
Yeah. I don't
I
think
actually-
they'd let my son in a casino though.
I don't know.
They have childcare.
If we need to give you a quarter, would you bet it for us and give us the winnings if it wins?
There you go. But Kate and I have talked about it on my show. She's been to Vegas. I have no desire really to go there. I mean, what is the appeal of Vegas besides the gambling?
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you because I live a daddy daycare life. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I like it when hookers hit on me. I miss the smell. I miss the smell of cigarettes. I haven't smoked in 3 years. I go in the casino and I'm like, oh. I haven't had a drink in 5 years. I miss the smell of booze, so I go there and I'm like, I love gambling, and I always when I was single, I would always end up meeting some teacher from Iowa. It was the weirdest thing. I think Iowa. I think like there are certain places where they have charter trips to Vegas, where it's cheap, But I always end up meeting people from, or maybe like, I always end up meeting people from Iowa. It's the weirdest thing.
It's part of their contract with the state that they get Vegas money every summer.
Oh, that's the rule. No, that's the rule. If a woman's hitting on you, she's probably a hooker in Vegas, which is really sad because there's probably been quite a few women who probably thought I was cool, but I was like, kick rocks. Because I'm heartless.
Yeah, I'm so bad at reading people that generally I don't even notice when somebody's trying to hit on me.
Yeah.
I don't remember the last time somebody tried to hit on me.
And honestly, Diana, I love gambling. I play 21. Okay. I play Texas Hold'em, 5-card stud. Like, I love blackjack. No. And I'll tell you, I won $8,000 on a Wheel of Fortune $5 a pull machine. It's an addiction.
Did
but,
you blow it the entire weekend?
Well, how much money did you spend to win that $8,000?
Winner, chicken dinner. You asked the right question. How many times had I been there before to win that much money?
Mm-hmm.
You know, how many hundreds of times? Because I would go on the weekend because when my son gets picked up to be with his mom, he goes with his mom on the weekends. I'm a grown ass adult. I'd get in the car and go straight to Vegas.
But how did it feel when it came up $8,000?
Oh, it was like sex. And like I do the touchdown dance. I let it know. I let people know that I won. And there was another time where I won even more. And that it was like Christmas. So the problem is it feeds the addiction because I keep going back.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so now when I show up, they're like, "Oh, Mr. Sewing, we'll give you a free room. We'll give you." I have a T-shirt of almost because I love free stuff. I have a T-shirt of almost every casino I've been to because they give me care packages because I spend money.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't trash the rooms. I make reservations and I go home within 48 hours.
Well, yeah, if they know you're
me.
regular, they want to encourage you to stay at their hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and I've
How many
seen.
How many times have you seen Wayne Newton?
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so I've seen Wayne 3 times, but I like the Rat Pack show. So I've seen that like 10 times. It's just a fake Sammy Davis, a fake like Marilyn Monroe. It's just a great show. They have a great Wild Wild West show. Vegas, they still put on amazing shows in Las Vegas. Like
they got about 6,000 fake Elvises there. So
honestly, I'm gonna tell you, not like in the 80s and 90s because a lot of people don't know who Elvis is anymore.
Okay.
I know that makes us all feel old.
Well, no, I can see that to millennials, he's just an old actor type thing.
But I've got a copyright on old. Come on.
But me, I'm still like, hey, it's the fake Elvis. Like, I still love seeing the Korean Elvis and the black Elvis. Like, they're still there in Vegas. You just got to go looking.
I am not getting old because old will always be defined as 5 years more than my current age.
There you go. There you go. Oh man, I can't count that high anymore.
To answer your question, I stand next to the seedy behavior because I'm too old to be involved in any of it. So I just stand and I miss those days because I'm playing like slot machines,
Okay. I mean, I'm the one, and I get shit for this every Sunday. I'm the one who will fly through the Grand Canyon rather than go to Vegas. I mean, that's just my predilection.
I'm gonna take Isaiah there this summer. And
the canyon?
And
oh, you've got to. We
could do both. We could probably do both.
There's
you can tell him how it was formed in one day 6,000 years ago.
No,
there you go.
I've been looking it up. I'm gonna take him on the Young Earth Creationist tour. But the thing is, if you know my son, he'll get us kicked out because he'll start asking questions.
Is he still a communist?
Yes. Yes, but he's changed his views. It takes him about a half an hour to tell you what his political views are.
I don't know if they still do it, but when I was down in that neighborhood, you actually could go down into the canyon and camp out overnight. I don't know. Do they still do that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. I didn't know what has changed since COVID. I would do. The only reason I didn't do it was because it involved a lot of exertion, and my wife was not able to exert herself that way.
And that's
you put me in the bottom of the canyon with a helicopter. Fine, I ain't riding no goddamn donkey down there.
No, you brought up a good point. Like, I'm probably going to end up getting rid of both of my trucks, if not one of them. So I was thinking about taking one more trip in the big white truck. I'm like looking at it and about to cry. I'm literally looking at it on camera. Poor guy, poor truck.
Okay.
But I was thinking about taking my son down there, and my ex-wife's husband has kids as well, and so we've been planning a trip for a while.
Okay.
So I think
Ox,
we're gonna go to the Grand Canyon.
I'm with you there, Ox. Ox says I don't do big cities. I'll even drive 100 miles around one to avoid it. Now, the damn thing is, I don't like big cities, but I love Chicago. Go figure.
Yeah,
I don't understand it either.
Oh, LA is my favorite.
A pretty cool place. Sorry, I live 90 miles away from Chicago, and we went down there many times. It's a jumping place.
I mean, I want to get down there. I've got to figure out how to get there with the little one. When I was there the last time, I took her with me, drove there, and she travels very well, very, very well. Not a peep out of her for what was 500 miles from Pittsburgh to Chicago. But what I would like to do going out there, I'd like to spend a week there instead of 3 days. And yeah, there'd be, I don't know, it's so somehow a little different this time around than it was the last time. And I'm trying to remember exactly how different, but yeah, the train, I can't take her on a train because they allow only 7 hours for you to have your pet there, and it's 9 hours from here to Chicago.
Oh, wow.
And the airline doesn't work either. I may just have to spend the money, like $100 a day for a car. So that'll be interesting. We'll see what happens. It's not for a while yet. I'm not going anywhere until the restrictions start lifting.
Same here. And that's another reason why I've been crying about Vegas so much, is because I know they'd let me walk in there right now, but we're about to have a second surge, or a third or fourth, or whatever you want to call it.
Yes. Uh-huh.
They opened up my son's school, and they went from full days already down to half days. And this one soccer mom basically ratted, and she was like, has no reason to be a rat, but she was like, no, someone caught corona. So this total soccer mom was like, I'm in the PTA. Like, no, these guys are lying, And to answer Theo's question about Mexico, Mexico's changed. I wish I could go party in Mexico like I used to, but I don't drink. And Mexico is not for the faint of heart. It's a great place to go party.
How does the school going from full days to half days going to help? That if they only have the kids sitting in the same room for 4 hours instead of 8 hours, they're not going to infect each other?
They lied to the parents, and so I agree with you. I said the same thing. When they originally made the phone calls to bring the kids back, the principal called me and was like, hi, Mr. Sewing, I know you don't want to bring your kid back. Because I made it clear to anyone who will listen, my kid is not going back until they can figure out what they're doing. And they're not organized.
I don't blame you.
It's not an indictment on the system, but no one knows what they're doing, and we keep on spreading corona around to each other.
Hi.
And my kid is not your social experiment. He's not your political device. He's not your, and because I live in a what was it called? Not a red block, because that's a different. Yeah. I live in a red area. They brought the kids back way too early. And the sad thing is, when I look at Isaiah's screen, no one of Asian descent has sent their kid back to school. And I asked one of my friends why, and he said because he doesn't want his son to get picked on.
Yes. Uh-huh.
And it's just sad effing times. It's just sad times. And because I deal with special needs kids. If I saw someone picking on a special needs kid, I'm gonna make the newspapers.
Well, did you see there
So-
was a statement, a thing that's circling around Twitter now of the NRA got an Asian guy to go out and basically make a statement that if you think the Asian violence is a problem, then you should be buying more guns.
Yikes!
Yeah,
because we're gonna-
Fuck those people. I'm
What
not
is-
even American, and I keep have to say this. Fuck the NRA.
Christ, why don't they just go bankrupt already? I mean, really, I
Well,
would.
see, in the U.S., bankruptcy doesn't mean what people think it means.
Exactly.
Well,
You
yeah,
know, a company going bankrupt usually just means that they're reorganizing so that they can ditch half of their debt.
And
I'm just saying, haven't the NRA done that like once already this year?
I think
yes, they did.
this year. I don't know.
Last year they I think
Last
they
year, was
went.
it?
I think they went completely under, but Corona and life was going on. You know.
Well, I think that this year, what it was, I think it was like the New York chapter went bankrupt. You know, but that's just the group in one state, which is part of their national network. So, like, as soon as they go bankrupt, they'll just start a new chapter.
And I'm going to say something, and I kind of laugh at it, but there's still begging my grandmother, grandfather, and my father to renew their memberships, and all three have passed. So they're hurting. They're hurting because they're sending out letters to anyone who has ever had an affiliation with the NRA.
Eek.
Well, I know they. I know they lost a lot of their deals and that with companies, wasn't it? That a lot of them don't have anything to do with the NRA anymore.
Well, the problem is we have cameras now, so they can't be like, oh, gun violence is in correlation with blah 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 blah. Like, no, you guys are you're feeding the machine. Something needs to be done.
Yeah,
and this is as the real life flag shagger. We need better. We need comprehensive gun laws. Unfortunately,
absolutely.
And
everybody needs to be like California. You could trash me for it. I don't care. But
well,
you
and
gotta
the
have
mass
laws
shootings make the news. But aside from the mass shootings, you know, there are literally like 100 people a day shot in the U.S. from, you know, domestic disputes or just people accidentally being shot cleaning a gun. You know, so it's like, yeah, we hear about
just
times
trying to
when more than
picture
10
that.
people are shot. But, you know, literally just thousands of people are being killed every year. And if that was the result of some kind of a terrorist group, we'd be all over it.
Oh, we would have invaded their country twice by now.
Yeah, as long as it was brown people.
Yeah, exactly. No, and I think that's the problem. I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore what it's going to take because we're beyond the point of no return. Do you know what's really funny? I watch old C-SPAN on YouTube because I'm just weird. And Chris Hitchens and Peter Hitchens used to go on C-SPAN and yell at each other.
Oh, yes, I remember those days.
And you know what? For as much as I think Peter Hitchens is he's human excrement.
No argument from me.
He said something like 1989 or 1990. He was like, gun laws. He was like, you guys are already out of control. He's like, you will never be able to control guns in America. And you know what? He was right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a stop clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, he had a better position on the Iraq war than his brother. I know that for certain. Because
he said, and keep in mind, this was in 1988.
Christopher Hitchens was such a bloody disgusting cheerleader for that.
Oh,
I know.
So, I mean, and that's what I mean. All these atheists of this generation worship him and think he was like the best thing ever. You should actually go and look into some Hitchens. He's fucking awful on some things.
And I'm gonna say this with love. because we have the superpower of being able to go look back and actually say, okay, he said this on this date. We can go look up to see if it actually happened. He was right about 30% of the time, which means he was wrong 70% of the time. He was just chatting shite, but we all do. So I'm not judging in that sense because if someone goes back and watches our predictions, they're going to be like, oh, that person was wrong or that person
I
was
guarantee
wrong,
you, listen, if he was still alive today, there's been that big thing about Dawkins, isn't there?
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
yes,
I guarantee you, if Christopher Hitchens was alive today, he would be backing Dawkins all the way in this.
Oh, they would all be TERFs. They would all all of them basically are.
Yeah.
And this is why I go off about being a religious atheist. You got to be careful who you follow,
Hitchens, he went more and more to the right as he went. I mean, he started off. Actually, both of them started off as Trotskyites. They were
both
members
of them.
Yeah,
both
their first writing job was as a socialist worker for both of them.
Go back and watch. If you type in Chris Hitchens on YouTube, if you go back and if you're not from America, he was on a channel called C-SPAN. And if you look up Chris Hitchens C-SPAN, you will see his entire career from when he was here from in the 70s all the way, I think it was the 70s or early 80s, all the way up until he passed.
Well, he was only 8 years older than I, so 70s, he would have still been a kid.
He was here. Let me look it up because I went through this weird phase where I obsessively started watching the C-SPAN stuff because the Reagan era was awful.
Yes. And I'm going to apologize again, sincerely apologize for supporting Ronald Reagan back then. I was just totally full of shit.
I have to keep reminding people that I lived in Minnesota. It was the only state Reagan didn't take.
Do you know I've learned that through you? Because of you, I've learned that.
Well, and at the time, there was a T-shirt I never got, but I wanted, but it had the whole North American profile, but it had the Canadian border coming down to take out Minnesota.
Okay.
Oh, that's funny. 1987. Let's see, 1983. So I think he was here from the early 80s on.
Okay.
Let's see when this. And it's interesting to hear the perspective of, and that's, like I say, we have this superpower hindsight is we can go back and watch these old interviews and then cross-reference what they're saying and see how close or how wrong they are,
Okay.
Yeah.
And I love Hitchens because I grew up with Chris Hitchens because he was always on TV in America.
Yeah.
But he was wrong a lot of the time. He was wrong most of the time.
I'll still say one of my favorite debates I've ever seen was the one of him and Stephen Fry when they eviscerated that Catholic archbishop and that horrible Ann Widdecombe. I can't stand
the Intelligent Square debate. Yes. What is it? The Catholic Church is a force of good for the world.
Yeah.
That is definitely in my top 3. I love that debate.
I mean, it's so one-sided. They absolutely trounced the
yes,
and especially as one of them's Ann Widdecombe, who's one of the most dislikable people on the planet.
Yes.
If you're arguing for the Catholic Church, you're like anti-human.
Easily. And Anaya can just put out the absolute garbage that was meaningless. It was almost like the argument from Beauty that I got from a Catholic pastor a number of years, not a number of years ago, a number of decades ago. It was just as meaningless. But, well then. Wait a minute, what do we have here? Okay. Yeah, never against it, but at least he quit when he was caught. But referring to Nixon, okay, yeah. Oh Lord, I remember those days. Yeah, I was on a letter writing campaign during the Watergate era. A one-person letter writing campaign. The Cleveland Press was on a first name basis with me.
You know
Yeah,
what though?
I wasn't old enough to vote in that, but I was still kind of involved in it.
But
Mhm.
you live in it. That's history. You're like you wrote a letter and it counted.
Yes,
Try that now, and
absolutely.
try
I was just
try
about to say that, honey. Yeah.
try it nowadays. They'll just laugh at you. But it used to mean something when you'd write your senator, or like even when I was a kid, we would write to our senators, and they would write us back
Yes. Yes.
signed. It was so times have changed. Times have changed.
There are times that I wonder and I wish that I could become more active, more of an activist, especially with the bullshit going on in the South with the trans kids and everything. But the other thing that happens is, number one, how do you get a force alongside you? And how do you get anybody to pay attention to you? Because the impression I get is the way things are going now, the more you complain, the more they realize that they're succeeding. So they want to hear you complain.
The problem is well, it's control. The people that have control will never give it up, so they just kind of let us do whatever we want.
Well, one of the things as far as writing letters to congressmen or that, is most of it now people do email. And
Yeah.
they might count that. They might make a tally mark of who's for or against that way. But they have shown that people actually get more of a response if they send an actual physical letter.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Because it actually takes them more time to read it. They take more notice of it.
But the problem there is, don't the actual letters and envelopes and everything go through so many security checks that it's all over by the time they get a letter about it?
I was going to say this. Do they not do what happens in our government, which is every letter that we send to a government department gets scanned in the basement?
Uh-huh.
The people it's going to never get a letter.
No, our politicians.
The actual congressman might not get it, but it's at some point, it probably gets opened by security and that, but some member of their staff still has to read it at some point.
Mm-hmm. My point is, it's going to get here. It would get scanned in, and the letter is then disposed of. And this was, I've not looked. This is I did work experience for the Inland Revenue, and this was nearly 30 years ago. So they were doing this.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe they've changed that, but. I was reading articles recently that were still saying that, the way to actually get some kind of response was to send a physical letter rather than an email.
Okay.
Nowadays, if you word it any way south, you'll get put on a list. So you got to be careful.
Yeah.
Especially in today's like NSA climate where if you say something, they'll just,
Biden should watch his health carefully.
You can say that on your side because of the Patriot Act. They could do anything they want to an American
all
citizen.
It means is watch his health. Everyone should watch their health.
I should watch my health because I don't. I watch it go south.
And yet at the same time, the people who are in office get away with saying the most outrageous things
ever.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still call it parliamentary privilege? What do you call it?
Yeah, but we've got these preachers and even some of the congressmen who are openly saying that gays should be dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think part of the problem.
So how is that okay? But we can't say that about a politician.
It all depends on who is enforcing the law and where you are. And who you are, unfortunately. Because eventually
definitely
go
got a
ahead.
point there. Yeah.
It depends on how much money there's a sad like unwritten law in California. If you have enough money for a lawyer, you're probably going to get away with whatever you did.
Yeah.
If you're rich and famous, you're probably going to get away with whatever you did, depending on who you are.
Oh yeah.
You know?
If you don't do, you're going to get to token punishment.
Yes. Or you should have got 6 years in prison, but you get anger management and you're on summary probation, which nowadays summary probation is in California. Our system was so over inundated, they started just basically telling people if we catch you again, we're going to put you in prison. So they scare people by making them sign a piece of paper saying, oh, if you get caught again, you're going to go to prison but they should have went to prison in the first place.
Yeah.
So
That's still pretty common across the U.S. That, that's the difference, that black people wind up getting put in prison. White people wind up having to sign a paper and call a probation officer twice a year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so here it's a socioeconomic thing of basically what your address says. It's really sad.
Mm-hmm.
The system is so effed. The American system is so effed. I tell the story all the time. I've been pulled over. A cop look at my ID and they're like, oh, have a good day. Because I probably live down the street from the guy. But if my ID had said Hoover Street or anything else, they would have arrested me for being in the wrong area.
I was going to say, if you were a dodgy black guy driving around the wrong place.
Well, see, here it's a dead giveaway because I wear a cowboy hat and I'm the only person of my complexion. So I'm well known around here. But
sounds like me in the town I used to live in. Yeah.
But it happens. Whenever I get a rookie cop, I'll always get the look on the face like, oh, I'm sorry. And they'll apologize. But if my address was out of town, they would run my name. And the sad thing is in our local paper, I say our paper, on their website, and the cops even use the word out of towner. Because they want to create this us and them. Because in my neighborhood, it's the suburbs, and it's separated just enough from LA where we could say us and them. And so when they arrest somebody, they'll say, oh, we arrested an out of towner, not knowing that person was from like just a half a mile outside of our town,
Yeah. Okay.
But they don't want to say race anymore, so that they'll just label them.
Yeah. Well, take care, Doc. Love you dearly.
See you
Love
tomorrow,
you,
Doc.
You're awesome, Doc. But it's really sad. But they've instilled this us and them in the cops too.
Yeah.
I still think it's insane. In LA County, our sheriffs come out of the prisons. So anyone that you see on the streets has worked in the prisons for at least 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah, we were discussing that in the stream the other day.
I don't understand it. So we have hardened officers on the street. It's the saddest. LA is just insane.
You wind up with police officers who are literally assuming that everyone is trying to make trouble.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
People see what they are, which means they would have been troublemakers before.
I have an uncle who was a sheriff in this town for over 30, almost 40 years. He's a complete asshole. Just can't even sit in the same room with the guy.
Sounds like most of my so-called family. God, I'm glad they're dead. Anyway.
He's just one of those people, like, in my family, we're half Mexican, but they all are white. And he won't tell people he's Mexican. Because he's Caucasian. I always joke, but Kitty, the Empress of Hell, is darker than my mom. Like, my mom is pale, and she like refuses to go in the sun, so she's like vampire pale, But both of her parents were born in Mexico. I have an uncle who, if you asked him to his face, like, what race are you? He'd say, I'm Basque. which is
Oh,
quote
jeez.
which is technically are like on my mom's side, their last name is Basque, but both of his parents were born in Mexico. What does that make you? You know. But he denies who he is because he can get away with it. I used to always say, I can't deny who I am. I can't say I'm Basque. But it sounds more. Oh, sorry.
Perfect, everybody. I'm gonna take off. We've been here 2 hours.
Okay, Jenny, thanks for being here. Thanks for giving us the nice scenery.
Yeah, we'll try to find a good place for next week too.
I'm gonna go hide on that.
I was gonna do it up for the midnight show, but I don't have lights strong enough.
You need halogens.
Good night, everyone.
No.
Good night.
Take care, honey.
See you later. Oh, Jenny has been being a huge help to me.
Well, you need all the help you can get, but I love you dearly, honey. Scheiße. Do I want another mug of tea?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, our weather's going
That was
weird
easy.
again.
What?
Well, I thought it was about 60 degrees an hour ago, but I'm seeing snow flurries now. And while I'm seeing snow flurries, I'm also hearing the lawnmowers going.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to get up and close the window because the lawnmower is getting too loud.
What you know? Got an idea. Okay, well, number one, I'll get the water hot. Yes,
but
I am heating the water in the microwave oven.
where else should I go this summer for an educational summer? That's also vacation-y.
UK.
Will they let two degenerates such as my son and myself, and we have passports, both of us.
And the problem is that the chances of
They
us
let-
allowing people in from the States, I think, is actually quite low this year.
Yeah, because we're typhoid. We're typhoid Americans. I plan on taking my son there because he grew up watching. I have to show him where half of the stuff that we've watched on TV is.
What's he watched? So what's he watched that he wants to see? Yeah.
Well, now he wants to go to that place where they filmed Last of the Summer Wine.
Yorkshire.
No, you don't.
I'm gonna show up.
We can roll. We can
patch.
take stool. We can take stool and roll him down a hill.
I'm gonna show up full patches
Hashtag-
with my cowboy
Stool
hat.
is compo.
So if not
He
this
didn't like it
year,
when I said that.
if not this year, next year for sure we're going. There's quite a few places too. Like he wants to go to Wales because I've talked about it a bunch, but they've closed the Doctor Who museum.
North
reopen?
Wales. Well, I'll say. Well, if you go to Wales, you'll go to Snowdonia. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I want to go where they filmed. Well, see, I've been where they filmed Torchwood because I'm that lame. I know, because I'm lame. Because I'm lame. So he literally wants to go stand where Captain Jack stood. Because he's seen it a jillion times because I have all the DVDs. You know?
Okay.
Where else? There's a bunch of places. I've never been to Africa. So I want to go to Africa, but everyone's telling me not to go.
Because Africa's probably going to be off
Bollocks.
limits now for several years.
What, you want to bless the rains?
That's what I was going to say, but I couldn't remember the lyrics.
Thank you. I'll have that song stuck in my head for the next year. Thank you.
Bollocks.
I was listening to a Nightcore version of it yesterday. Let the rain down in Africa.
I knew making a joke about Tottenham would come back and bite me in the arse today.
Where else? There's a bunch of places.
They just beating us. They just beating us, bastards. Ugh.
You know, there's a bunch of places I want to take my son in America, but America is just scary right now. It's just a scary ass place.
About it. Are you allowed into Canada yet?
I don't know. That's a really good question.
Start showing him due south.
See, the problem with a place like Vancouver, I would get across the border and be like, asylum. I have a bank account. Look, I have a bank account. Asylum. I don't have any felonies. Look.
What about Mexico then?
I lived in Mexico. I have family in Mexico.
Has he been to Mexico?
Actually, he has. He has been to Mexico. Multiple times.
Memory? In his memory?
No. Because my ex-wife and I were obsessed with cruises. So we took him on quite a few cruises.
A cruise when that starts back up, that might not be a miss. Because they're meant to be running with a lot less people.
So last night I was watching the hockey game, and I might go because if you pay an absorbent amount, they seriously only let like 30 couples in the entire stadium. So when they panned back at the end of the game, there was nobody in there. I know those people were rich. You could tell by all their handbags, but they all like it's an LA thing where I look at someone's clothes and I'm like, ooh, you're dressed like a hobo, but your shoes are $300. Like you're not fooling anybody.
Oh, jeez.
But you have tons of space and you still get the stadium experience. So I might do that, but I've become quite claustrophobic. I'm scared of my fellow Americans at this point because this whole my freedom crap, Corona's going to be around in this country for a long time because these idiots who don't want to wear a mask. I double mask. I can barely breathe in real life and I double mask. What's your excuse?
Well, Kate gives me a hard time every time I say it, but I'm going to stand with it. I don't expect any of this to be over until 2027.
I agree. And that's another thing. Like, I've had to table my plans for leaving this country.
It's not going to be over until we can get over 75-80% of the world vaccinated. And right now,
it's not going to be over until people in this country take it seriously.
No, it's not going to be America that stops it. That's the worst thing. It's not going to be America. Might slow it down for a year or two. It's not going to be America that stops it. Right now, the fucking Christian preachers in Africa are going exactly the same way they went with HIV. Okay, and they are coming out massively against any vaccination attempt. It's a fucking white people's attempt to take control, to sterilize them, to every fucking scam you can come up, and they are doing that now before we've got vaccinations even into those countries.
And right now,
Africa's going to be the problem.
Oh, it's happening right now. It's happening right now in Nigeria and in South Africa because I watch their television. It's happening right now. Yeah. COVID is ripping through these places. Yeah. And these idiot preachers are telling people, Jesus will protect you. See, I can't say it without laughing.
Yeah.
It's I need to look it up before I start spouting crap, but I just saw it the other day because I watch
Jesus will protect you from the plague his father created.
Yeah, exactly. It's out of control.
I don't know. I am just so happy. I have my first shot, and
so they've spiked. I'm so sorry, Dana. They've spiked. So just from their cases have gone up 2,500 a day. So basically, 2,500 people a day are dying of COVID.
Well,
at least
is that dying or just new cases?
Oh, I'm sorry. 2,500 new cases. On average, 604 people are dying a day, according to Google. According to Google.
Where's that?
In Nigeria alone, just Nigeria.
India's hit 1,500 a day.
Sounds like Florida.
That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm saying. COVID's not going to be around for a while. Yeah. I've had to get real. about leaving this country this year. I've had to get real about a lot of things because COVID isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, and what's going on in Brazil? They don't even seem to be attempting to manage it.
Well, their health service is collapsing.
Well,
So-
they have the largest ghetto in the world. Like living in I can't say it right because I even speak Spanish messed up, but their favelas are just where people are living in like adobe.
Is it possible
still.
you can sound more gay?
Favela? I could do this.
Don't do that to me when I have a mouthful of life.
Oh, where
cereal.
I'm from, that's the gay test. If you can do this a couple of times, you're good. They stop you. That's your border pass.
Oh, my.
But in the favelas, people are literally living in adobe houses. So how are you gonna have health care for people who are living like they did 200, 300 years ago?
No,
Yeah.
screwed.
We're screwed because
Yeah.
we don't help our fellow human beings. And you know what? This is like I always
Oh,
make my
fine,
Shaun. Sorry, I always make my Shaun of the Dead reference because I feel like Shaun of the Dead because all the time I'm walking around complaining about my first world problems, and like the rest of the world, you know, they don't live like us.
No.
All right, guys, I'm going to have to drop out now because my dinner should be arriving shortly. I've decided to be lazy and order food tonight. So,
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Awesome.
Take care, honey.
yeah,
Great
see
talking
you
to you.
later.
Later
Okay.
on.
Later, Jeff.
See you later, Joe.
Yeah. All right.
But Larry Letts has a point. Yes, they speak Portuguese
They
in
do.
Brazil, not Spanish.
You know, that's why that's why it sounds extra gay when someone who speaks Spanish tries to speak Portuguese. Santi and I actually had this conversation last Thursday. We had this exact conversation last Thursday. Because I speak Peggy Hill Spanish.
Peggy Hill Spanish.
No, because I used to speak Spanish and I don't anymore. I'm a total washed up has-been. I used to speak it every day. And the funny thing is, when I
I
lived
can
in
just
Oregon,
about manage. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. See, it's my formulating a sentence is just terrible now because in Spanish, everything is backwards.
Okay.
See, even when you say Buenos dias,
Yes.
you're saying day beautiful in English.
I know that's what drove me nuts about all the fucking European languages. Because compared to English, I had to learn French and learn Spanish, right? And then I didn't learn either very well. But it's the fact that you had to translate the damn sentence before you read it, to reverse it to say it.
As someone who speaks Spanish, it wasn't until I literally was immersed. Spanish immersion. Well, just immersion is real. I was thrown into the culture and I had no choice. It was like learn to speak Spanish or starve. Because the deeper you get into Mexico, they don't care. If you don't speak Spanish, they'll ignore you. And it's like that in other countries
They
too.
don't. I mean, everywhere in Europe speaks English.
Yeah.
So in the tourist areas, yes.
No, everywhere.
No. I was thinking about
You're
in
talking
Mexico.
about Mexico. Sorry.
It depends on how exposed they are to the culture. Because I always say right now in Mexico it's 1985. Because if you go there, all our old trucks are there. All the old Ford and Chevy trucks are there. So on a Saturday night, you'll see like some really nice trucks, but they're all from the 80s.
Okay, but Dave is saying everyone in Europe speaks English, so the whole EU speaks the language of the company that is not part of the E EU.
There you go.
Yes.
And
So
nerdy. In German, anyway, a cup is feminine. I don't know if that's all of the languages out there or not.
It's so in Mexico, it's not rare for someone to not speak English. But at all the border towns, they take our money and speak English perfectly to the point where I can't tell the difference between an American and someone who's born in Mexico. But that's because I I grew up around people who are Mexican. So what is an illegal person? Still to this day, I can't tell the difference. I saw the English person unmuted for that when the second I said illegal.
No, I was finished typing.
I know, I'm just giving you a hard time.
I hate languages. We should all speak the same language, but the worst thing is we did.
Do you think that would really help us if we all spoke the same language?
No, because I think we just I think we might now that we have the internet, now we have video conferencing, we might be able to maintain a consistent language.
Because some of the best sex I've ever had in my life is with somebody who didn't speak the same language.
I can see a lot of advantages to that.
Where you just think each other are hot, and the whole time in your language, you're like, you don't understand a word I'm saying.
Oh, it was a question someone asked on Twitter today was, there's somebody I find that they find really, really attractive.
Mm-hmm.
But every time they open their mouth, they don't like them. It lowers their opinion of them. Okay, is it possible that you can like someone regardless of their opinions? Does someone just to physically like someone that is that hot?
Yes.
Of course you can.
Well,
It's a lot harder.
There are people who I thought were very hot, that everything was going, and we were pretty much up to the point of taking our clothes off. And then they started to talk, and it's like, no, this isn't going to happen.
Yeah, I have to have there has to be
an absolute mood killer.
I have a semi-high voice, if you haven't noticed.
Really?
It takes some getting used to. So, no, if somebody thought that I was annoying, but they thought I was really hot, no, I would not want to be with that person at all.
This is why it helps if you don't speak the language.
Exactly.
I mean, so often if I happen to notice a comely young lady, the first thought that goes through my mind is what she like when she opens her mouth. I mean, really, it could be
she just stands there with her tongue out.
There you go. I mean, she could look like Sophia Loren, but if she sounds like Lauren Boebert, no, it's not going to work.
We know what your type's got to sound and look like.
Oh, really?
Kind of like, well, you're really hot, but I saw you've got a Trump bumper sticker on your car, so just don't open your mouth and maybe we can do this.
Oh, my.
Okay,
that was the amazing thing. When I went out to view the eclipse, I'm down in Carbondale, so St. Louis is not that far away, and all of the vehicles from that area had the Trump bumper stickers, and it was like, oh God, what am I doing here?
So, could you be with somebody who's of a different political party, such as yourself?
Depends
Generally, yes.
Depends on how different.
That's what I'm worried about.
I could probably have a purely physical relationship with them. It could never be anything romantic.
The problem is, it depends what you've got, especially in the US, right? Where you can have a Republican.
Hey, Sam.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
I am around for about half an hour.
Sam, just.
Hey, Sam. Hello.
Stop it.
Pardon?
You're fucking gorgeous. Stop it.
Why, thank you. I just made a tweet about that, actually.
Did you now? I'm not reading Twitter at all.
Fair. The tweet basically went, I have dysphoria, but also I'm hot. What the fuck?
Right, and we don't get to see it.
No, because I'm currently topless, so...
Okay, then.
I tried to convince Will to change his pants on camera earlier.
I'll get this whole stream taken down in 3 seconds.
There you are.
Because my leather pants are the same colors. When the stream's over, though, I am gonna try them on and trot around in the backyard.
Quick reminder to Will that we have a premiere in half an hour.
in a half an hour, then we have a premiere, and I will not be trotting around in my leather pants.
Okay, well, if Sam's going to be coming on, then I'll wrap this up then, so we can all jump over to his channel. Sorry, to their channel.
Cheers. I see. I kind of hopped in, and as I hopped in, I heard you guys talking about like someone being attracted till they open their mouth.
Yeah.
And I can almost relate to that in that sometimes I'll be talking to someone and they'll say a dumb thing, and it'll be like, "You're now less attractive."
Yeah.
But I'm demisexual,
Yeah.
so they kind of have to open their mouth for them to be attractive in the first place.
I know the feeling. Absolutely. Uh-huh.
Well, and it definitely works the other way around. There are a
Yes.
lot of people I've known who, I didn't really feel they were or weren't attractive at first, but that the more you get to know them, the more attractive they get.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I definitely, yeah. I don't have a polite way to put it, but yes, I agree.
Well, a
You
big
know, and
part
I
of that
know-
is intelligence is sexy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
You know, it's-
absolutely.
And also accepting who you are. Like, I know that I am not for everyone. I know that I'm not. And I accept, so you kind of have to accept who you are as well. And then you won't care what people think, and then you'll shine extra anyways.
Mhm.
I've always been
Yeah.
very much what you see is what you get.
Absolutely.
I don't read other people, so I don't put on masks either. I don't really know how to, just be anything but have everything out there.
Mm.
That sounds suggestive.
I'm fairly open about most things, but like I also do still mask because a lot of my mannerisms when I don't mask freak everyone out. Like I don't know that I've ever met someone besides like two other people with autism who it doesn't freak out when my facial expressions just suddenly stop happening.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're saying. I have attack eyebrows, and so the second I stop smiling, everybody thinks that I'm like there's some violent thought in my head. It's just my giant eyebrows.
Well, that is the biggest part of why I don't really like being live, when I'm online, is that I know my facial expressions and my gestures often don't match what I'm saying, and it puts people off.
Your voice doesn't match you at all. I still can't get past that.
There's
Yeah,
nothing wrong with someone's voice not matching who they are.
Yeah.
No,
That-
no, it's not. But
No, it makes me wonder what you were expecting.
I know entirely. I don't know what I was expecting. That was the worst thing. It's just I spent a year talking to you before I
It's
saw
like-
what you looked like, and your voice just didn't fit in my head.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't even
get that.
remember.
feel a bit like I don't know what I was expecting, but not that necessarily. In terms
Yeah,
of
I
how
don't even
people look
remember
sometimes.
what I was expecting out of Purple before I met him.
I often,
It was not what I saw.
I often get told the inverse, where like people think that I'm going to sound one way before I open my mouth, and then they're like, "Oh, okay."
So my phone says that the premiere is in 2 hours.
Did it say 2 hours?
Yeah.
Let
It
me.
sounds early. I thought it was normally later.
Well, Sam,
It's supposed to be 5 Central. I don't know if my clock is wrong.
Yeah, it's in 2 hours.
oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, sorry, my bad. I have fucked up calculating time.
Yeah, that would be 2.5 hours from now for 5 Central.
No,
Okay, so we're all good then. I just can't do numbers. Despite having an A level in maths, I can't do numbers.
you're awesome.
Yeah, but
I
as
think
far as the voice not matching, Sam, I can understand that happening with you. You're just too cute for your own good.
Why, thank you.
No argument.
No, the reason I so vehemently asked that is because I get that all the time and I don't even know what it means anymore. Someone will tell your voice is not what I expected, and I'm like, well, what the hell did you expect?
I don't think people know what they expect is the problem. I think I expect. The problem I've got is I think I expected. I think I expected someone very fat for starters, and I don't know why.
For me?
No, for Purple.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and Purple is anything but fat.
No, he's tiny little thing.
Yeah.
What do you hold on? What do you consider Danny is Perp and I are the same size?
I think he's tiny in terms of skinny.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, I'm a bit smaller. My last checkup to the doctor, I actually wound up. I've lost 6 pounds in the last few months.
Oh, that's awesome. I found those 6
You
pounds.
found them.
I didn't know that you had 6 pounds to lose.
So I
Yeah.
have rules. Like I have rules. I've gained a lot of weight, but I work out. And I have a rule: as long as this is bigger than my stomach, I'm okay. And I'm still there. So as long as this part out reaches this part, I'm okay. I do
And he
push-ups
has
every day.
money. So when this goes wrong, he's going to be getting breast implants.
No, but I'll tell you flat out, I'm not anti plastic surgery in any way, shape, or form because I'm from LA County. So the second I get visible crow's feet, I'm getting them pulled back. Like the second I get visible crow's feet.
This might sound slightly random because it's a neurodivergence, but do you guys speak in your head voice or your chest voice?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Oh,
See, I was in denial about the sound of my voice until I got on YouTube.
I don't have
Okay.
that voice.
And then I couldn't.
I have
couldn't
to say,
lie.
when I watch my recorded videos, I don't think I sound like that. My voice bothers me.
For the longest time, I did not like my recorded voice because it sounded nasal and it sounded too high, where I have more resonance when I hear myself speaking. And then, of course, I'm accustomed to speaking like this, and, there's a little bit of a difference. So, yeah, I'm getting used to it now. I mean, I'm on the air almost all the time, and I get to hear myself all the time. But at first, it was horrible.
It was bizarre for me. And I think that the difference is that, like, when I'm speaking from my head voice, which is what I normally do, I sound like this. But if I swap over to my chest voice, I sound a little bit deeper and a little bit quieter and more like this.
So what's a chest voice? Because mine's probably higher. What do you do?
Yeah, so have you ever heard the term "speaking from your belly"? That's more of a chest voice.
Yeah, the kind of voice that you might use when you're singing.
So my singing voice is actually relatively low. Like I won't force you to enjoy my singing, but like hallelujah, it's lower than most people expect for my singing voice because I talk so high relatively to it.
Well, I can't sing, so I don't even have that comparison. Actually, let me rephrase that. It's not that I can't sing, it's that everyone who's heard me says I shouldn't.
Well, then this is my chest voice because I'm damn near screaming because I normally sound like this. I'm supposed to sound like this, but I have to project my voice.
You should really do a love hour in the evening with music, reading sad stories that because it turned out great.
Stop telling people what we do in private. I thought we had an agreement that I wouldn't use our voice.
Now, see, I actually am highly entertained by the fact I have my head voice and my chest voice, but I also have what I call either my narration voice or my reading voice, depending on how I want to phrase it, because I apparently sound different when I'm reading.
Okay.
Because I have a copy of The Hobbit here, for example. So if I open it up, in a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit. Not a nasty, dirty, wet hole filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell, nor yet a dry, bare, sandy hole with nothing in it to sit down on or to eat. It was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort. And apparently that just sounds a bit different to my normal voice.
Well, yeah, I think that is normal because when you're reading, it restricts your pace a bit. You're reading, your voice will be a bit slower and you're going to tend to be more modulated.
Mm.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much true for everyone.
This is fair. And I kind of presumed it was, but it was one of those, I've had the difference in mine pointed out to me and I was like, oh shit.
Well, that's been the weird thing about listening to myself recorded, that I can always pick these things up in other people's voices, but, I never really analyzed my own until I was on YouTube and trying to do edited recordings where it's like I'm recording the same sentence 6 times and then having to listen to it for which one's the best take.
I should release a blooper reel because I say "oh f" like 100 times. Oh f, mother effer, because I'll have something written down, then I start babbling, and I'm like, oh f, I didn't want to say that. Oh f, like.
See, whenever whenever I cut a take, I cut my takes by going "fuck shit bugger." So
Okay.
I always say West Coast Space Ghost because I used to have a speech impediment when I was a kid. So you have to open your mouth when you talk.
That makes sense.
Especially when you're reading something that, like, especially like I'll write something and then I'm reading it and I'm like changing it as I'm reading it.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
I was told that by my cousin, because she's deaf, that I really don't move my mouth very much when I talk. That normally she can lip read people, and I've been very hard for her to read.
I can lip read. And it's funny what people say when they think that you're not looking. So if you're on your cell phone and you're on YouTube and you clicked and you hit the mute button, someone like me is going to read your lips.
Yeah. My cousin is so good at it that, when a friend of mine, when I introduced them, he was having a conversation with her for an hour before she turned her head away, and he realized that she couldn't hear him if she wasn't looking at him.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's pretty cool. I know someone who is has partial hearing impairment, and they often lip read because they really struggle to pick up words otherwise, but they can still hear so long as you enunciate clearly and stuff. So I find myself with that person quite often speaking a bit more like I do on streams than when I do off streams.
The first time you heard your voice, were you tripped out by it? Anyone?
Oh,
jeez, I don't know.
I think that rather than being tripped out by it, I threw my phone across the room.
Because I've been hearing my recorded voice for most of my life.
Yeah.
So I don't remember what it was like when I first heard it.
Yeah, I can't think that far back because,
I was 7 when I first heard my recorded voice.
About a year ago.
Just for some of us, when we were 7 is a lot further back than yours.
It's not like last week.
So a year ago, I did an interview with Santi, and I went back and watched it, and I was like, "What? That's my voice." My ex-wife came to drop off my son and said, "How long did you know that I sound just like you?" And she looked at me and she's like, "I thought you knew." My voice is much higher than I thought it was. Much higher. My laugh, everything. But, you can't change your voice. And we judge ourselves way harsher. Way harsher.
You can change your voice if you work at it.
No, that's true. That's true. But I'm one of those people, like, if you can't fight it, feature it. And I've had this voice for a while now.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm really weird in that because my gender is somewhat fluid. I'm like, sometimes I love my voice. Sometimes I despise it with a passion, and I have voice dysphoria so badly I don't actually want to speak, which is hard because I'm gobby.
Yeah.
Same.
Gee, I wonder what's up with the little one. She's really comfortable here. That's unusual.
Is she normally running around?
Say again, hon?
Is she normally running around?
Yeah, normally she doesn't. She doesn't like the cuddling like this as much.
I hope she isn't feeling unwell.
No,
I hope as well. But usually she'll stay in my arms for a minute or two and then she'll run off. But she's really settling in. That's surprising. I don't know.
I can't have pets. I get too attached, and then I'm devastated when they're not around.
See, I am in a weird position with pets where at my mum's house there's 2 dogs and 3 cats, and at my dad's house there's 2 dogs, a tortoise, and a gecko.
Okay.
See, that's a little bit different. I have house lizards, but I just open my front door and let lizards walk in my house because my house is infested with crickets.
Oh, see,
Oh,
yeah,
then.
you guys,
So they have jobs.
Yeah.
you guys have bugs besides spiders and flies in your house, so. Oh, though not to bring that up too much in front of Dave, of course.
I live in the desert. You have to keep your eyes open. But my house is infested with crickets, so I let lizards live in my house. We name them.
Oh, my boyfriend, his little sister gets very excited when they randomly find caterpillars in their house.
We were having this really weird thing where I was finding these neon green beetles at my grandma's house before I sold it. It was the weirdest thing. I'd never seen them in California before.
Neon green or metallic?
Metallic.
Okay, yeah, those are a Japanese beetle that has been introduced to the U.S. and basically spread all over.
Oh, they were.
I was seeing those in New York as well.
Oh, they were because my grandma's house. She had this giant house that no one was living in. I don't even know how they were getting in the house, but they were coming in the house and dying. So it was the strangest thing to walk in and just see their green shells everywhere.
Yeah, I was noticing those when I was working outside in New York because it's like, okay, how the fuck is this effective? Don't the birds pick these things off right away?
Absolutely. I think that's part of the reason they were coming in the house, because in Southern California, we have birds galore, especially during what we consider winter. They fly down south. Well, they come over here too. So
I can only assume it's one of those things that they advertise their colors because they must taste awful.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just like the monarch butterflies.
Yeah.
We get a lot of stink bugs too. We get a lot of stink bugs.
Like I say, those were introduced from Japan a couple of decades ago, and they've spread across the entire U.S.
I remember when they first came to the U.S. Yes.
Well, then there's hundreds of millions of them because they're everywhere now.
Mm-hmm. The other interesting thing is, okay, I live in Pittsburgh now. I grew up in Cleveland. Since living here in Pittsburgh, okay, now she's had enough. I've never seen as many birds as I have when I moved here, just 100 miles to the east. I guess part of it is living right on the North Atlantic Flyway.
Mm-hmm.
But back in Cleveland, you would see blue jay or a starling, and that's about it. But here, I can't even count the species anymore. So many of them, goldfinches, hummingbirds all over the place, and birds I had never seen until I was in my 30s, and I'm living out here. It's amazing how that works, the geography of it all.
Well, it's both the geography, but also, again, in recent decades, because of the climate changes, the migration paths of many species have shifted.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because my mother has bird feeders all over her place. She just loves watching the birds, and she has noted that in the last 20 years, there are species that used to be very abundant that she hardly sees anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. Yeah, my ex would hang.
For a lot of the songbirds, their migration paths have shifted east.
Okay, so that probably doesn't hurt with seeing the songbirds out here.
Yeah, the ones that used to fly over Chicago are probably now flying over Philadelphia.
I'll be right.
My ex would hang bird feeders from the tree in the backyard, and that's where you would see a whole shitload of birdies. And I was just amazed at it all. As I say, I'd never seen the number and the number of kinds. I know I'm Kent Hovind, of birds. and it's just all sorts of interesting. Is all.
That's
Okay, I'll shut up now.
I was actually speaking relatively recently with one of my partners, and they were telling me about American Blue Jays and how they're complete assholes.
Oh yes. Oh, they are. Yeah, not fun. Mean.
No, like I am working on a project that's basically a Pokemon fan game, and I was talking about I want like a nasty type bird Pokemon for it, and it was just like based off of Blue Jays. Blue Jays are dicks.
Now I am kind of pissed at my landlord. We used to have conifers here, spruce trees, and cardinals would like to nest in those. And he cut the damn trees down, and now I don't get to see any cardinals anymore. Darn it.
That's fair. We probably have like tons of types of birds around here, but I've never really paid too much attention to them beyond knowing that we have blue tits, and then we just kind of have a bunch of corvids flying around constantly. And pigeons.
Oh, geez. Yeah, well, yeah. God, one borough I lived in a few years ago was $300 fine to feed the pigeons. Oh, God, they had pigeon problems there.
LA is the same way. They are rats with
wings. See, my granddad used to feed the pigeons in a town near me, such that the pigeons now fly and land on people in an attempt to get fed.
Oh.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
They're not dumb.
They're not dumb.
It was, 13, 15 years ago, the 35W bridge in Minneapolis collapsed. That made national news. And the assessment from it largely blamed the pigeons nesting there. Because the pigeon droppings were so acidic. Yeah, the pigeon droppings were so acidic that it actually weakened the support beams on the bridge.
Okay, then.
Wow.
I wouldn't put it past it. I wouldn't doubt.
Sounds about right.
Pigeons are just gross.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, although some pigeons are relatively nice, let's not pigeonhole them.
Okay.
There you go.
I had thought Nerdy was male, but Nerdy has tits.
Nerdy Rodent says, I've got tits, sparrows, jays, wood pigeons, as well as foxes, bats. I wouldn't mind having tits. These damn things come off with my bra. Jesus Christ. Anyway. I know, I'm a horrible person.
I'm not familiar with wood pigeons, but I know shooting clay pigeons is a popular recreation thing.
I mean, honestly, mood about the wishing had tits thing, and wood pigeons are they're a really common type of pigeon. They are.
Larry says, okay, so I was away from my phone, but listening. Who's from Pittsburgh? I am. Well, I live in Pittsburgh. I'm from Cleveland, but
I have the exciting duty of having to clean out my closet. And I'm really, really not looking forward to it because it's a mess.
Fair. So wood pigeons are the pigeons we see kind of in the parks and shit. Just for frame of reference to people.
As opposed to concrete pigeons that are in the city, right?
Something like that.
Yeah,
Could we get an army of pigeons to come help me clean out my closet?
Now, see, this is what you get for hiding all the skeletons all these years.
Oh, I see where you are, Larry. Okay, North Central.
You said that. I'm gonna hop in on a laptop, and I want you to mute me, and I'll show you my closet. You had to say skeleton. You had to. Hold on, let me unplug this. Let me unplug.
Yeah,
this.
you could not pull up anything from your closet that would surprise me at this point.
And it's safe for work too, but it's funny. Well, I'm not safe for work, so I always come with a disclaimer.
There you go. There you
Yeah,
go.
it's safe for work, asterisk.
Yeah.
See, what Will's mentioning is that his closet is actually a TARDIS. You know, so
yeah,
it holds the contents of 3 Midwest states.
Oh shit!
Perfect, giving away my secrets.
Boy, it's been a long
Oh,
time
that-
since I've been up in your neighborhood, Larry. Oh well. I don't get around much anymore.
Let's see.
My stepmom was a GP, and so she had a bunch of medical stuff, including like a model skeleton. And so what we used to do is we used to dress the model skeleton up and put it places to wait for people to walk past. So like we'd sit it outside the toilet or at the top of the stairs or in someone's bedroom, and we'd just wait.
What the heck? Wait a minute. There's 2 of you now. Okay, now there's only one of you.
Hold on. I'm showing up. No, the lighting is just terrible in here. But this
Shitty lighting. Yeah, I'll tell you.
Hold on. Let me close this. And it's overcast today.
Oh, holy hell.
Hey,
look
hold
at that
that.
closet space. What is that, a bedroom you turned into a closet?
Oh, I forget walk-in wardrobes are a thing where you guys are.
Yeah, not in any place I could ever afford.
So this is my closet. Let me see. There we go.
Yeah, that's that
There's
definitely looks like it's about the size of my bedroom.
There's my rack. That thing, I've gone through 2 or 3 of those because they've they don't build them like they used to. So I actually had to reinforce that. Good old engineering.
Oh, my word.
But if anyone ever wonders, and I let me see. There's my there.
Okay, while you're in there, Nerdy says that you need to get your leather pants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, there's. I have mannequins too. That is an original painting, and so is that too. Oh, and there's Pikachu.
Pika Pika.
Tayo Corosto.
And that's a real grandfather clock that I picked, and it's worth more than like anything in this room.
Is that the one the chainsaws were in?
Yeah. No, that's actually in my storage, and I still have the chainsaw too because people are nuts. And there's my failed music career is in here too. There's my synthesizer, my guitar, sombrero.
Sombrero in the key of G. Is that it?
I
And
am suspecting the reason for your failing music career is you included sombrero in that list.
Yeah.
not out here. Not out here. You'd actually have a great music career. If you play mariachi in California, you're in. You're in like
how would one play the sombrero?
Well, if you wear one with the full mariachi suit. Let me see if this is total behind the scenes. We have to see if there's anything you guys haven't seen. Let's see. Ooh, this is my stadium coat. This is a real stadium coat, but I'll just say it's fake fur. Let's see. I don't know. I have a ton. Oh, behind the scenes. There we go. Star Trek uniform.
Nothing.
Yep, that was the perfect title. I just added that title to the description for this, that we're behind the scenes in Godless Sewing Closet.
I've been trying to show this off for a while. I just couldn't figure out the angle, and I have my Wi-Fi is just crummy. And I collect crud. Okay, so I'm gonna shut this off, but hold on. Oh, thanks. One more. This is where all my denim goes to hide. And I have I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it? So the skeleton is sitting on clothes. Like that's all. Those are all t-shirts.
Okay.
Then.
So you have more clothes in one room than I think my dad has ever owned.
Oh, I miss winter. Oh, all right. I'm
You
gonna.
can have Winter.
I'm gonna
Take
shut this
mine.
down and run in the other one.
Yay.
I go, that's a lot of clothes.
Yeah. Yeah, I literally would not have room in my apartment for all that.
Are you in one of those places where you've got like 90,000 square feet and you live in one room and all the rest of the space is just there, but you never go there?
So in my house, I like ignore if the only thing missing in this room is a bed, but it gets too cold in here, so I would never sleep in here. No, I have. Theo, I have. I'm ready for moths. I could teach people how to repel moths. I have mothballs in every corner of every room in this house.
What are mothballs?
Really, it's a really smelly box that drives off moths and animals in general.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're made of.
They used to be commonly made of paradichlorobenzene.
It makes my eyes water still to this day. They make my eyes water when I first open them up.
I remember the boxes of mothballs from the Stanley Company. Does anybody remember the Stanley Home Products Company?
I do only.
Well, yeah,
only
weren't they a branch of the Stanley Tool Company?
Yeah.
I don't know. There might have been, I think.
Yeah.
But my babka had so much stuff from that company. You saw their logo everywhere. And I haven't seen that logo in years. I don't even know if it's around anymore.
That's like these are my scissors I use every day, and they're Cutco. My brother was a Cutco door-to-door salesman in the mid '80s.
Okay, then
it's laughable now because people would walk around like, "Hey, do you want to buy my scissors?" Like, it's laughable now.
Okay. Apparently, mothballs are commonly made of naphthalene.
Oh, okay.
And because of that, were banned in the EU in 2008.
Oh, really? You could still buy them in America.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I was not aware they had actually banned them, but yeah, they considered them too much of a safety hazard to people, especially children. So I guess too many instances of children swallowing them.
Yeah.
I can see that. I can totally see that.
Oh, and it appears that at least now Stanley Home Products is owned by the Fuller Brush Company, which I guess is still around.
Oh, wow.
Did not know that.
Okay, and Larry is saying that mothballs are made from camphor, so maybe that's substitute they're using for it now.
Oh my.
Yeah, I had to because one day there's been a couple of times. First, I grabbed a vest I hadn't worn in a while, and a tarantula crawled out of it.
Oops.
And I was like, maybe I should go through every article of clothing in this room, make sure I'm not housing any animals, you know?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, especially if something like that laid eggs in there.
That's what I'm saying. And see, I'm starting to itch the second you said that.
Well, we had an instance living with my fiance that apparently a spider had laid eggs in the ceiling fan while we weren't using it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Yeah, and yeah, when they hatched out for about 2 weeks, we had like 300 tiny green spiders paratrooping from the ceiling.
Jen's back. Hi, honey.
How's it going? At my job, we have this place. It's called Tarantula Hill. So it's known that tarantulas live there. We leave them alone. They have their own habitat. But my father used to do it as well, but we bring them home on our clothes because we're out in the field. We're crawling in old electrical panels. There's parts of the ranch that were built in the 40s and 50s, and we're always retrofitting it. We're always doing something, and we bring them home in our clothes. So I have brought tarantulas to my house. So when
jeez.
That would freak most people I know out. And like, while I would be fine with that because it's big enough to see where it's going. Like, my issue with spiders is when I suddenly can't see them. Then it's a problem.
I agree. And there's one in this room that I'll be sitting here at like 1 a.m. and I'll see it just drop. Like, get a new location, buddy. Get a new location.
We had a truce with the spiders. They were allowed to stay up on the ceiling because we didn't use it much. If they descended below the top of the door frames, then that was grounds for immediate eviction.
Exactly. Well, I let the daddy long legs live. Sorry.
Yeah, my fiance definitely did not like the idea of killing anything, even bugs. That I just always had to catch them in a plastic container and toss them outside.
What? She was a practicing Jane?
I guess so. Yeah, because even mice, I had to get live traps for the mice and take them and release them in the park a half a mile away.
Oh, she would hate the traps. She would hate the traps I have. I have sticky traps, and the only reason I don't use them is because they freak out my son.
Okay.
Because you catch a rat and they start screaming because they're stuck.
Yeah.
But they're still alive, And there was one time my son went in the kitchen at like 2 a.m. to get a drink, and then something started flopping from under the washer, and I caught a mouse. So he woke me up and everything, and it was an ordeal. So I promised myself I'll never buy a sticky trap again.
Okay, then.
Yeah, I want to use sticky traps. I mean, if you're going to kill them, get something that does it quick.
Yeah.
I don't really ever bother with traps. If it's a spider, it's getting smacked. And if it's not a spider, someone's being called about it.
Okay. Now, see, spiders are not a problem. Spiders are a symptom. You would not have spiders unless they were able to find hundreds of other bugs to be eating.
There you go.
Absolutely. And like, I will not kill a spider unless it is somewhere that it shouldn't be, like on my bed.
I'll tell you, on the main scale, like my neighbors, we all came together and we eradicated the rat population in this neighborhood. I haven't seen a rat in a couple of years. We all together and kind of said, hey, if you see one,
kill it.
Yeah.
I want to know. Who the hell came up with the idea of glue traps anyway? I mean, what fucking sadist thought of that?
Exactly. It's so funny. My mom she runs the ranch that I work at. She made me get rid of all of them. Because we had boxes of them, and she was like, "Get rid of them. I don't even want them on the ranch. I don't want them on the property anymore because they're cruel." And we'd catch snake every once in a while. Snake was just minding its own business, but it broke in a building or something, So sticky traps are cruel. In the modern sense, most people don't. I'm old school. If I want to eradicate something, I'll do it. But sticky traps, they're very cruel.
They seem pointless. Like, granted, I might use a sticky trap on a person, but that's entirely a different thing.
I'm rat phobic. So I'm like, get rid of all of them. But in the same sense, I dated a woman that when I first met her, she had a pet rat. And, as long as it was in the cage, I didn't care. It was huge. It was huge.
My little siblings have not had a good time with rodents. Just my 2 full siblings. My little brother got bitten by a ferret, and my little sister got bitten by a rat.
I used to keep mouses, but it's been a long time.
The second you said ferret, I could smell it. I've owned 2 ferrets. They smell like death.
I have a friend who has, I think, like 16 ferrets at the moment because his mum's a breeder.
I could smell their house right now.
It's something, isn't it?
Ferrets have their own distinct smell to the point where after owning one, I could smell them in the wild. They have their own smell.
not to get excessively. I'll try not to be excessively graphic with this, but when my little brother got bitten by a ferret, it bit his lip, and it went through.
So it pierced his lip.
Okay, in evolutionary terms, ferrets are literally halfway between a weasel and a skunk.
They're fun and they're cuddly, but when they break out, they smell bad, and when they break out in your house, they're worse than hamsters, because a hamster will burrow in one place and it just wants to live there, you know. But a ferret will get in the electricals. Ferrets are awful.
Well, and ferrets, I've never seen them make good pets. You know, I've seen too many cases of them, you know, biting the people who take care of them.
Absolutely. I had an
that
ex-girlfriend.
happens all too frequently.
I had an ex-girlfriend who had more money than sense, and she owned every exotic pet that she could, and ferrets are just awful.
Ferrets seem really exotic to me. I know a bunch of people who just kind of have ferrets. But
they're
then
illegal.
again, I have an ex whose mum kept actually hundreds of birds and a horse. They had a parrot in the kitchen. They had chickens out back. They had like 4 dogs and 3 cats.
I'm saying, like, for as much as I'm a hillbilly, I believe that animals should be on a farm. Even dogs should be on giant properties, you know, where they could roam around and be dogs.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I think it depends on the type of dog, but yes.
Yeah.
True.
I would not
Well,
have a dog while I'm living in an apartment, because I think they do need to have a yard to run in at least.
Absolutely. But I also happen to think that the as Seth Andrews called, rat dogs are a waste of carbon. They're nuts. They are insane.
We had a rat on stilts in a farm near me that lived with 2 Rottweilers, and it thought it was one of the Rottweilers, and it always came after us.
Oh, jeez. I mean, those toy dogs, they're crazy. They're nuts. I could not have one. It would just drive me nutty.
No. My dad has 2 spaniels, and they're on the smaller side.
So in my divorce, in one of the funnier moments, the judge was going through the papers, and the judge looks at me, and the judge was like, "Mr. Sewing, you're not fighting for your dog?" And I said, "The dog's a min pin." And the judge said, "Okay," and kept going. Everybody started laughing. Everybody started laughing. My ex-wife still has Lulu. The dog is 13 years old, and she's
age for a doggo.
She's still an ankle biter.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah.
She's still angry. She still is crazy.
I know a dog who's like 9, who's like still an ankle biter, to the point that you can be sat down and like she's really protective of her owner, to the point where if you're sat down in a chair and you move your leg too fast, she will come at you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Dogs are crazy.
Yeah, that was really the biggest thing, you know, when I wound up getting pushed out by my ex, was that I couldn't take the dog or my cat. And that was really the hardest thing for me.
Okay, yeah. Now,
Yeah,
I'm a kitty person.
You know,
I will admit.
Well, but we had a chow, and that really wasn't so much a dog as it was a 60-pound cat that barked at the mailman.
Okay.
You know, I lived in a house that had 5 cats and the min pin and a bird. And I'll tell you, I had never owned a cat, but Spiky was a rescue cat. And when Spiky died, I cried for like a week. That cat loved cigarettes. That cat loved pot. I don't know.
I think the thing is that, like, people say cats are assholes. Those people have never met small dogs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, and cats are not assholes. Cats are scientists. They just keep checking to see if gravity is still working.
Yeah. And I've heard people say that you cannot train a cat. They don't follow. They don't learn. Of course, they learn. They learn to not do the stuff as long as the human is looking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And cats generally are quite good at training humans.
Yes, absolutely.
I was about to say, like the cat. I would walk through the door. The cat would be meowing. All the other cats could care less that I even existed, but Spiky had a nicotine habit and a pot habit, so it would wait for me to come home and like sit on the couch and like meow at me until I sat down and blew smoke in its face. No, Spiky was a pothead. Spiky was a total. Even my ex-wife was like, "Something wrong with that cat."
I do not know if someone was pulling my leg about this, but someone was telling me, and this person had done some like veterinary studies, so they would know. But I don't know if they're pulling my leg. That if you let a cat drink alcohol, its body doesn't break down alcohol at all, and it just stays in the cat's system but basically for the rest of its life.
Ew.
What? That's hard. That's so cruel.
They may be pulling my leg, but
no, I would think that if they didn't break it down, their kidneys should filter it out and they should pee it out later.
Yeah.
Fair. That's one of those. I'm suspicious that this person is probably pulling my leg, but that was just even if it's bullshit, it's a really funny thing to have heard.
Well, my fiance, one of her cats, when she was getting up in age, she was like 17, and clearly having problems with her joints, that someday she was walking really stiff. So, she decided to, try, because a lot of people were saying about, pot helping with a lot of the pain and that. So she put the cat in a box, and she was, she'd take a deep hit and blow it into the little hole in the box, let the cat dome out in there. After she had done this about 3 times, and clearly it was helping, that she was walking better after that. After she had done this 3 times, every time she went to light her pipe, the cat would jump into a cardboard box.
There you go. Now, what's the deal here? So many people have said, or at least said to me, that marijuana is not good for kitties, and I don't know what to think anymore. Because when I was younger, a friend of mine would shotgun his cat, and the damn cat absolutely loved walking into walls. Up at walking on the ceiling, it was so high, the whole thing, and I don't get it. I don't know which it is. Is it okay for the kitties, or is it horrible for the kitties? Not that it matters here. I mean, I can't afford the grass anyway, and I wouldn't know where to get it if I could afford it.
That's a really good question, because I had a dog that was a pothead, and Cleophas lived to be 19. I was gone for almost 10 years. I came back and blew smoke in the dog's face, and he snapped at me like, "I'm sober. I found a program. I'm sober."
Oh, jeez.
He was old. He had gray face. Animals live forever around me. I don't know what, or around my family. I don't know what it is, but like,
that's quite nice. My when I was growing up, we adopted a dog. They told us he was 3. We think he was really about 7 or 8.
Okay.
But even if he was 7 or 8, he still lived to be like 16.
Wow.
Before his stomach caved in because of a cancer.
Oops.
And then he just physically couldn't eat. So we had to have him put down because of that. But he was always referred to as King Dog, and he could see he had cataracts, but he could see my granddad coming from the end of the street. And he had very selective hearing. He couldn't hear a thing you were saying to him or a single instruction you gave him. But should you rattle his food bowl, and like he could barely walk 500 feet, but he could sure as hell jump on the couch.
Mm.
And it's like he put what little effort he had into being comfortable, and I respect that.
Yeah.
My.
Our Chow, bringing her home from the vet for having surgery to have a pin put in her hip, You know, and this was literally hours after the surgery. She was dragging my eldest stepdaughter across the ice. You know,
wow.
and she was an Amazon. She weighed close to 200 pounds at that point. By the time she was 11, she was taller than me and outweighed me.
Okay.
I have a niece who is well, I have a nephew who's 6'7", and then I have a niece who I think is 6'8", I think. And it's so funny whenever I see her, she's like, "Hi, Uncle William," and she's literally shoulder and head taller than I am, like quite literally. Genes are funny that way. And my nephew, he plays football for Cal. He's a refrigerator size.
Okay, as in Perry.
Oh, he's huge, and I'm 5'9".
Yeah,
and everybody. Genes are funny that way, but I think it's because my dad had malaria, but that's just a conspiracy theory. But all my brothers, and we did have some did have different moms. All my brothers, we're all the same height.
Huh. Okay.
Exact same height. And then our kids are giants. My son is he's 12 and he's almost my height.
Yeek.
And I've been this height since high school, and they were like, "Oh, you're gonna be so tall, you're gonna be huge." And I had to tell everybody, I'm half Mexican. This is about as tall as I'm gonna be.
Okay.
I have a friend who was like, when they were like really large as a small baby, but they hit 4'10" and stopped growing.
That's
okay.
I have a friend who's 4'11". She is a real life hobbit.
Oh, and this friend who is 4'10", she gets very grumpy about short jokes, but she wants you to pick her up.
Okay.
And the only reason she wants you to pick her up is she enjoys being able to see taller stuff, and her fiance refuses.
You know, even at 5'9", I have stools and ladders for everything. I consider myself vertically challenged at 5'9". Like I have articulated ladders. Well, that's because I do construction. Well, because I own all kinds of fancy stuff. But like, I am not ashamed to pull a ladder out if I have to go something top shelf in a cabinet or something.
It's amazing with
Sloth Girl
me.
sometimes calls me up just saying I need a tall person.
Yeah, my ex used to do that to me.
Last week at Walmart, though, I felt like I was Andre the Giant because this older woman was like, "Could you help me grab that?" And I was like, "Of course I can." And I walked over and I was like, "Yeah." I was just glad I have long arms. I felt useful.
I have relatively long arms, and I'm 5'10". But when my mum is 5'4", it means that I am the tall one, unless my stepdad's home because he's 6'4".
Okay, then. What's really interesting is I've been 5'9" since I was about 13 or so, but I've been quite tall and quite short all at the same time. When I was trying to be a boy, I was reasonably short, but now for a girl, I'm rather tall. You know, it's interesting to come at it from two different directions.
That is so true because I have a friend who moved to South Carolina and she became such a trumper it'll make your eyes water.
Ouch.
But she was a very slender. She was very slender, and we were the exact same height, exact same size. Like she's a really good friend of mine, and everyone would always say how tall she was. But then she in private, she'd always look at me and be like, "How is it people consider you short and they consider me tall?" And we were quite literally eye to eye. At 5'9", flat-footed, we were the exact same height. But as a woman, she was considered model size, you know. But as a man, I'm considered shortstop.
Yeah, yeah.
I have found something really funny in that, like, people who are feminine are generally expected to be shorter, but if you wear heels, being taller makes you look more feminine. So, like, me being 5'10" and wearing 5-inch platform boots,
Oh, that's tall. 'Cause
makes me look really feminine because it makes me look thinner.
I wear heels because I'm insecure. I call them my Shatners.
I have platforms that are 3 inches at the front, 5 inches at the back, and then knee-high leather boots with pockets. My boots have pockets.
That's
already then.
See,
I don't think I've ever
They
seen
have pockets. They're not feminine.
Oh, thank you, Dave. We missed you. Thank you for making an appearance.
I am no way
they don't have to be feminine to make my appearance feminine.
It's interesting what Jen says here. She says,
wear
when I hit
heels.
puberty, I stopped growing. 5'8" since she was 11. And the estrogen that one encounters when the girls encounter when they hit puberty, that actually causes the growth plates on the bone to ossify, and the long bones quit growing longer.
The same thing happened to me. I have a very good friend out here. She's become an extremely famous pole dancer. She has her own school and teaches classes. She hadn't seen me in a while. I actually saw her in Vegas. She walks up to me, and the first thing, I hadn't seen her in 20 years. She walks up to me and she says, "I thought you were taller." Because she remembers me as this height when we were both like 16, 17. Well, she kept going. She's like, with heels on, she's 6'2", 6'3". So she was towering over me, But everyone remembers me as much taller, but I haven't grown an inch. I get that a lot. I actually get that a lot from people because I disappeared for a long time, especially from this town.
Okay.
So
Will, how tall are you?
I'm 5'9".
Okay.
But I wear my.
You had said that we were about the same size, but then I was.
But I wear boots, so there's an illusion that I'm a little bit taller. So when I take my boots off, I literally go from here to like right here.
Yeah.
Because my boots are out,
See, my description of my height is I'm the exact same size as your average fridge.
Alrighty then. One interesting thing I've noticed, though, over the years, my height depends upon my mood. When I'm in a good mood, I'm taller. But when I'm in a shitty mood, I'm shorter. And I can feel it. It's a difference of about 3 inches, really. And I wonder how the hell that happens.
Well, there's definitely, a difference in the way people carry themselves. It's something my fiance commented on, that she could tell that I just walked differently when I was in the more feminine mood.
Okay.
It wasn't just the body shape that people were, gendering me as a woman from behind because of the way that I moved.
Okay.
Yeah, I've noticed the same in that I can walk differently and be perceived. Like, I can wear the exact same outfit, and if I change how I walk, what gender I am perceived as will change.
Okay.
So to answer Jen with one end thing.
Yeah, you saw that one too.
I've always worn cowboy boots or some kind of like slick bottom shoe. So I learned early to scuff them up. Because when you first get, let me see.
I used to too, that for a couple of decades, I was wearing the engineering boots, which had about a 2-inch heel.
These are my fancy boots, and I did this on purpose because like I would walk around Vegas and slide on the carpet.
Okay.
I miss going out. As you can tell, I'm still showing off my boot a year later. I'm still showing these off. But yeah, I'm insecure about my height. So if people say men don't wear heels, they do.
Well, there was a Gallagher routine where he was going on about a cowboy and a woman at a party. And the difference between the two was the distance from the elbow to the waist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although, historically, high heels were worn by men originally.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And butchers as well.
Back in the 13th, 14th century, they became very fashionable, especially around the Mediterranean states, just because they made men look taller and more imposing.
Mm-hmm.
And butchers too, so they wouldn't slip on all the guts.
I didn't know the part about butchers.
Now, see, I
found
find it
that out
really funny.
on,
I find it
Go
really
ahead.
funny some of the things people don't realize where they originated, and sometimes where they didn't originate. Because, like, I am amazed by how many people tell me the ancient Greeks thought that the Earth was flat.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yikes. Oh, and to answer B's question, I wear a size 13.5 shoe, and that's 13.5 American.
Wow.
I am a real life hobbit, and I'm great at swimming.
I
actually
bet
really
Wait, are you your greatest nothing drags?
5'9" is kind of 5'9" doesn't fit through a hobbit hole very well.
I imagine that with all of my hair now, because I've not been swimming in like a couple of years, I will probably struggle to swim a bit more now.
Oh, I would to the bottom at this point. I've gained a considerable amount of weight in a year.
Yeah, well, I'm actually was surprised to find out I lost a bit of weight, but that does go to show what I was saying about the diet that I was basically forced on in Upper Michigan, that it was literally just meat and potatoes. That now that I'm back to eating salads on a regular basis, I've managed to shrug off a couple of pounds.
There you go.
I'm doing that because I have to have I'm getting my my summer body back, so I'm starting to work out more.
But I mean, when I was working landscaping, that I was on my feet 8 or 10 hours a day, carrying 30 to 50 pounds of equipment all the time, I actually put on weight. Whereas here, when I'm sitting around all day and doing virtually nothing physical, I've actually managed to lose a bit of weight. So that's all due to the change in diet.
I've discovered my love for cornbread and cakes. It's over for me. It's all downhill. If you ever want to see American exceptionalism, is this. Oh, hold on. Of course, it breaks on stream. You're such a... This is why they discontinued you, you piece of junk. The definition of American exceptionalism.
There you are.
Too lazy to do your own measurement.
I actually have one.
For Harmonica Man in the chat, this particular witch does not wear stilettos but platforms.
Is that real that witches wear stilettos?
There's a certain caricature of witches wearing like pointy heels in order to try and appear more effeminate despite being hag-like.
I had wondered if that was based on anything or if that was just kind of part of the Disney villain thing.
That's part of the whole Disney villain thing.
Oh, speaking of stilettos, there's a shop on Hollywood Boulevard that has stilettos no matter what your shoe size is.
Yep.
Actually,
see, Disney had a weird thing about that with the villains in the classic animation, was that they needed to make the female villains terrifying and sexy at the same time.
See, I think that the real thing is that they had to make all of the villains queer coded.
Yes.
Like, it's to the extent where I've on a couple of occasions been half tempted to like create characters for my book that are queer coded specifically because I want some of the good guys to be queer coded too. Although I don't know if I would walk the line of queer coded or if I just go, fuck it, these people are in like a polyamorous relationship and several of them are bisexual and stuff like that.
It depends on the situation.
Yeah, well, I was having that a lot with the novel I'm writing. Yeah, part of it being that it involves aliens from so many different worlds, so obviously different cultures. And even with the humans. And one of the things I was realizing that, for the main human character, there's really no point in mentioning it at all. Her sexuality just doesn't even come into the story.
That's quite fun.
I'd say I have not encountered a single scene in the story where I think it would be relevant to anything.
This is fair. I have some characters like that, and I think for I think one of my characters is asexual, and specifically, this person is an asexual succubus hunter, and that's why it comes up.
I think for me, a lot of why it comes up is that she's probably only attracted to humans and hasn't really encountered that many in the story.
That makes sense. Sometimes it just isn't applicable.
Yeah.
NA.
Although I was definitely working on a relationship that a lot of people will consider weird between one of the aliens and one of the human characters. So, but it just seems to be something that would normally flow from their personalities. So I don't care what people think of it.
This is fair, and also given that, like, maybe this is just the people I end up hanging around with, but most people I know are at least to some extent monster fuckers. So, you know.
Well, yeah,
And stop calling yourself a monster.
There's certainly enough of that going on. But, I guess for this, it comes kind of just into the sort of the demisexual thing that, rather than based on anything physical, it's just one of them's quite a dominant personality and one of them, is more subservient. So I just kind of see them falling into that dynamic.
Moo.
This makes a lot of sense. Sometimes it's just sort of like, these characters obviously would do this. Yep. The thing about writing that bugs me the most is when I'm trying to explain my writing process to other people, and I say, oh, and the characters did this and I didn't want them to. And people who don't write stories go, but you're writing the characters.
No, that's the way my writing works too, is that I spend a year or two getting to know the characters, and then I've lost control of the story. Then it's just they're narrating their adventures and I'm typing it up.
It's better that way. Oh.
Oh my! There's a comment that Greg Hartwick made a little while ago. Something Cruella wears Prada. So I was curious. I did not know what this was about, and I looked it up. $1,200 for a pair of sneakers?
Yeah. Oh,
what?
People. So a while back on Facebook, there was this craze of going crazy about how much clothes cost. And I'm friends with a lot of people that are over the age of 50, 60, and 70. So every time that ripped jeans would go on sale, I would get a bunch of tags, or someone would send me like a private message like, hey, you should start selling your old jeans. Because I walk around with holes in my jeans, but that's because I'm from the 80s and I love that look,
Yeah.
It's
actually, over the weekend, Sloth Girl's granddaughter and one of her friends came to visit, and they were, all in the torn up jeans with the knees ripped out and all sorts of holes in them. And I'm like, really, I have to throw mine away when they get to that point, because if they're not protecting my knees when I have to kneel on the floor, they're not serving any purpose anymore.
There you go. There you go.
Throwing out fashion items.
I wear mine to look like a washed up rocker from the 80s.
Yeah, and it really got me when I saw, some footage of them doing this, in factories in China.
Yeah.
Because the distressed jeans got to be such a big thing that they actually had people who stood there all day with a belt sander on the brand new denim.
And they're bringing back acid wash, stone wash. They're bringing back all those old styles. It makes me laugh. Whenever I see a vest or anything like that, it brings me back to a different time. Let me see. Actually, I have a treated vest right here.
Okay, IOU sweaters. I have no reference for that.
That right there is somebody worked at to get it like this because this is a brand new vest.
Holy fucking shit, man.
Which was a failed company.
3 digits for something over $100 for that too, or something, or what?
But this is wannabe acid washed. And because I'm nostalgic, I grabbed this thing off the rack so fast. I still laugh at myself.
Shit.
Because I remember when this was the style, you know. But this was done in a factory instead of like, you know, just letting it become crappy. And it came with the tear. I don't know if you could see that right there. It came with that tear.
that tear cost you extra.
Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. Give
Give it to me
for a couple months.
So many people I see here in the neighborhood, the jeans or the slacks or whatever you want to call them they are wearing are threadbare. I mean, literally, there is more open space than there is fabric. And I'm thinking, I know that you bought that way at the store for a premium. Why?
See, I
only thing I can come up with
said to a bunch of my friends who buy that sort of stuff that they should just buy a normal pair of jeans and take some sort of knife to them. Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do it a lot cheaper from Goodwill, you know?
Yeah, that's
exactly.
Yeah, go to the thrift store.
Yes.
The only thing I can think of with that, with the threadbare and the holes look, is that, you know, maybe people think they look sexy on a woman because they think they'll get a glimpse of something they're not supposed to see.
They're wrong. It doesn't look sexy.
If you're hurting that bad, a pair of jeans isn't going to solve anything.
No, but you get the cut just right on the bum, and
the other thing that I heard was coming back was the shrink to fit look. Oh, and I remember my sisters wearing that. I remember in the 70s, my sisters getting brand new jeans and sitting in the bathtub to get them to shrink.
See, I do not understand the whole shrink to fit thing. It's just like buy clothes that fit.
Well,
my butt
nothing off
sticks
the
out.
rack is going to fit anyone's shape perfectly. That was the idea of them.
I have hips. I can't wear tight pants. Sorry, and a butt.
All my life, girls' jeans have always fit me better.
Okay.
You know, just the cut of girls' jeans because of my hips and my butt, they fit better.
So these are Wranglers, what I'm wearing, and the pocket, I don't know if you can see it, the pocket is huge. I could get my entire fist in there, you see?
Yep.
Like, you can't do that with girl jeans. And these are boot cut, though.
The women's clothing designers must hate us or something.
I am really confused by my kind of body shape for various reasons, but one of them is that, like, I don't feel like I particularly have an ass, but I've had several people recently comment on it.
Enjoy that as long as you can. That's my advice.
And honestly, when I eventually am able to start estrogen, I've been told that'll get better, so we'll see.
Yeah, I've always had gay men commenting on my ass.
I tend to hang around with people older than me to the extent that my ass just doesn't get commented on, typically. Except like by my D&D group, because they're all around my age.
How the hell can they see your ass?
My D&D group? They're a bunch of college mates.
I'm taking the piss out of you all sitting around the pound playing D&D.
Yeah. God. I am highly amused, and I will say this because I know none of my D&D group are in the chat, but I am in the bizarre position of DMing a D&D game where I have crushes on all the players.
So it wouldn't be a godless sewing appearance without show and tell. And do you really sew if you don't have a tin? If you don't have
the Banner
your button
Texas tin to hold buttons, yes, and the Courier and knives. Let's not forget that.
and if there isn't sewing supplies in your tin, do you really?
For the love of Saint Gulick.
Oh, you're gonna trip out on this one. There she is. Good old sewing Susan.
And that looks so familiar that there must have been one around my house when I was growing up.
I got this from my grandma, and she made sure that I got all her sewing supplies. But there's some cool stuff in here. Like this is from the 50s.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hair wrap, but obviously I have no hair.
Sorry, I went right for the Ninja Turtles and just
I
went
Ninja.
polka dot ninja headband. Yeah.
I'm gonna figure out a way to start rocking this. This is kind of Karate Kid meets West Hollywood.
The most memorable line for me from the Karate Kid was when he asked Mr. Miyagi, "What kind of belt do you have?" And he said, "Leather, JCPenney. In Okinawa, belt means no need rope to keep your pants up."
There you go.
I miss those cheesy movies. I don't even want to use the spools in here because they're wooden or they're from like Fedco and stores that don't exist anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So half of this stuff, I should open up a museum, and the last exhibit should just be me standing there.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that me asking this is possibly opening up a can of worms.
Go for it.
Dave, were Woolworths in the UK the same as they are in the US?
I've no idea. They're the same in Australia. I don't even know if they exist in the US.
Do you have a Walmart where you live?
I don't know if there were any Woolworths left, but they were the famous 5 and dime stores in the U.S.
So Woolworths all closed here, I think, either before I was born or when I was very young.
I think that the last Woolworths here actually closed like 8 or 10 years ago, the last one in the U.S.
Did they do pick and mix?
Pick and mix for what?
Sweets.
No. If we can't answer it, okay.
No, I just didn't quite get the term, but yeah, the Brock's candies always had a display for that.
Okay.
That there would be dozens of different bins that you could, take a couple pieces of each.
Yes.
And just sold by the pound.
The free candy section.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we still have those here in America. They shut them down for a while because of COVID, but at the grocery store I go to, they just brought them back because my son gets yelled at when we get within 5 feet of him. Because he walks over and he's just opening it up and eating it like they are free candy.
That was something that I've been wondering about, that I noticed around here, all the stores that had bulk food sections closed them, and I didn't know if those were ever going to come back.
I was actually really surprised, but people are health nuts around here. So even though they have candy in some, there's lots of like oats and grain and all different kinds of stuff here. You can't keep the health freaks away from getting their organically overpriced food.
And that's most of what it was here too, was all the dry goods, oats and legumes and nuts and things. Then again, I still don't know what the city is supposed to be like being normal. Because the first lockdown started 2 weeks after we got here. So I have no idea what normal traffic levels on the streets should be here.
You've brought up a really good point. I'm spoiled by the fact that there's not too many people on the road. It used to take an hour to go anywhere.
Well, and, the city has 2 major college campuses with a University of Minnesota campus and St. Paul State or St. Cloud State. So it's like without the colleges in session, that's like 20% of the population of the city isn't here.
How funny. I am looking forward to when I am able to go into a pub and buy my first legal pint without a meal.
What's the drinking age again where you live?
18.
Oh, I would have been like a career. I was a
Now, see,
wow.
I have been
Wow.
drinking in pubs since I was like 15, 16, but I'm not supposed to have been buying my own drinks until I was 18 because from 16 to 18, your parents are supposed to buy you any drinks you have, and it's only supposed to be I think beer and cider and that sort of stuff, and it has to be with a meal.
Wow. I remember when I was a kid when they switched the drinking age, and I remember thinking like, it's going to take forever for me to be 21. What is this blasphemy? I made it.
Yeah, I
that-
took my stint as a career alcoholic when I was 14, 15 and got over that.
Hey, same. And honestly, by the time I hit 21, I quit drinking.
Yeah, oddly enough, it actually happened to me about the same time that I gave up religion. Well, after questioning religion, I just started examining other things, and it's like I was getting plastered with my friends every Saturday night. And one weekend, I just asked myself why I was doing this, and I couldn't come up with a good answer, so I stopped.
It's fun.
I think
but I later found out it was even more fun to stay sober and screw with the people who were getting wasted.
You know what's really funny?
I will drink, but I will not get pissheaded. I will not get pissheaded. I cannot be arsed with it.
Okay, so you've brought up a good point, Sam. Ever since I've stopped drinking, I don't care what anyone does. I am not the gatekeeper of anyone's life, but I can't stand people who can't handle their booze. When somebody is like so drunk they're talking trash or they need a babysitter, I'm like, get out of here. Get out.
I love this idea. All the stores should start doing this. Just start offering a discount for anyone wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. You get beat up around here if you're not wearing a mask. Which I'm not even trying to be nice. You should be at least reprimanded. There's not one place where you can walk into here without a mask, or if you're not wearing a mask, someone's going to be like, hey, dummy, put a mask on.
It always feels really weird being reminded that the people around me have kids my age.
Excuse me, my kid is older than you.
Technically, my daughter could have a kid your age.
I don't like saying this, and after I say this, I'm gonna say this one last time, and I'm never gonna say it again because just Sam's
promises.
Sam's mother and I are the same age.
Yeah,
but that's okay. That's okay. When I was Sam's age, all my friends were older and still are older.
Well, my eldest stepdaughter is 39.
I have a ex-girlfriend from Portland who she was, when I was 25, she was almost 40. And so carry the five. She still sends me the, like, you know, you were the most sensitive, heartfelt guy I've ever known, you know.
Well, although to be fair, because my ex had her first daughter when she was 16 and her mother had her when she was 16, my ex's mother was actually a grandmother at 32.
How funny.
I was uncle.
That's something that really amazes me. Here in this neighborhood, there's a very great prevalence of women who are grandmothers and more at young ages. There's somebody on this floor of the building is a great grandmother at 44.
So Bernie Mac told a joke about that. He was like, you know, there's no more big mamas. And when he was saying that, he was talking about like the stereotypical old grandma, you know, that was wearing her apron in the kitchen. He was like, grandma's at the club because she's 45 years old, you know. Times have changed. People have
hello,
changed. How's it going?
Maybe.
Hello
To all of you.
I'm waving back.
Something really
I saw
funny
it.
that's kind of springing off something you mentioned, Will. I got told by several people in high school that I am not like the other guys, and it's like, well, no shit, I'm not a guy.
when
It's okay, Sam. I'm like the other guys.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here playing with a knife.
You know, I lived my life in peace, and I never said anything about my sexuality or anything. And when Jen and I got together, I got about 20 messages on Facebook because I forgot that I'm friends with people from elementary school on. Every ex-girlfriend I ever had was like, I knew it because you helped me shop for drapes. Or they're like, I knew it because you sewed or something. You know, it was always it just made me
Yeah, because
laugh.
straight guys aren't allowed to sew or give haircuts. Not allowed
Right.
to
I learned to sew. I learned
Okay.
to sew from a Vietnam vet. Like, it is what it is, you know.
Nerdy's got a question that this is one that I hadn't thought of but should have. I think what he's asking is that is there a non-binary term for an aunt or uncle?
Make
I've
one.
had a long discussion about this.
Put your
A
name in a
bee?
book. We'll
A
put
bee.
your name in a book. Make one.
Yeah, no, there's not. And depends. Actually, Nerdy, it depends on where I go. Sometimes I'm Uncle B, sometimes I'm Aunt B. Depends on the
So
family.
the thing is that in terms of gender neutral for uncle and aunt, technically there is one, but I despise it.
Excuse me.
What is it?
Ant.
It's auntie.
It's,
What is it,
it's
Sam?
ant. It's not aunt.
Ant is an insect. Aunt is a person.
Aunt is a person. Yes,
You've
trust me, I
never-
got lectured about that growing up. And
You've
insect.
never met my family. Continue, Sam.
They are interchangeable, Dave. It's fine.
So no.
So technically speaking, the gender neutral of like the gender neutral for your parents' siblings is pibbling, and I despise that so much.
Say that
They're
again,
very
please. I'm so
cutie.
sorry.
Pibbling, and I'm going to put that in the live chat.
A pibbling.
That sounds like something you need to take a pill for.
And like, it kind of follows from the fact that the gender neutral term for niece and nephew is nibbling, which I actually do like.
yeah, but that sounds better than the P on it.
It
Nibbling
does.
sounds like
Fiddling
And
around.
so my solution is purely and simply that my friends can choose whether they want their children to refer to me as uncle or aunt, and then my name. It's still going to cause mass confusion.
That's what I do, Sam. I just let them, I tell them how I feel. I tell them I'm indifferent to the she or he. I lean more towards he, and I just let them, because it's their kids, you know. However that
Yeah,
kid views me is how that kid views me. I'm cool with it.
Oh, I still, and they probably don't appreciate this now that I'm not Christian, but I still like call one of my teachers from the Christian private school I went to Uncle Gaz, because we always used to call them uncle or auntie and then their first name at that school. And so I still call him Uncle Gaz to this day, and he probably wouldn't appreciate that because he leads a church, and like I'm me.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Yeah, Nerdy, I'm not going to
surprised
fault
that
you.
Sam
I have
used it.
problems enough with the pronouns.
Like I said, California, we have problems enough with words.
No, it's how Jen. It's how Nerdy spelled it. Pibbling, like sibling.
Sam, say grass.
Pardon?
Say grass.
Grass.
You see, he says other words, right? Bath.
Bath.
Gross.
It was
Grass.
grass and bath, as opposed to grass and bath.
What's wrong with a
So
bath?
Grass and bath.
Bath.
See, I think that the thing is that I grew up saying the word aunt around my nana, and my nana pronounces book.
Ew, I hate that. It's the worst thing about growing up in the Scouse area. Buke and Luke.
Yeah. And so I've picked that up, and that's I think the only word I've picked up in kind of that dialect.
I think we should
Thankfully.
just call it an ontle.
Yay! I like it.
Does that mean that if they are making an argument, that it's an ontological argument?
Yes.
Maybe.
Oh.
Oh, Sam, what are we gonna do with you?
I have a brother who's 61 years old, and his oldest daughter, I think, is 2 years younger than me. I tell her all the time, don't call me uncle. She's taller than me. We're the same age. We could have went to high school together, but all of his children still respectfully call me
I was
uncle.
going to say, I don't call my aunt all my other aunts I do, but I have an aunt that is close to my age. She's like 3 years older than me, and I've never called her aunt. Apart from if we're taking the piss.
And my niece is like way more successful. She like half lives in France. She has a house in France, a house in Northern California. I tell her all the time, I'm like, you don't have to call me uncle. But she's really respectful, and she does.
Oh, see,
Okay,
my little sister, if I had a kid now, my little sister would be an aunt at age 4.
It happens. It happens more than
What's
you
the other pronunciation of dollar?
I was an aunt at 50.
Yes.
No.
I am a dollar person, but there are dollar persons out there as well.
What's
I was an aunt at 13.
A dollar is 100 cents.
I know, I'm just giving you a hard time.
See, the correct way to pronounce that is 10 freedom units.
Okay.
We have freedom units.
As I talk to more people and as I just get to know more of the facts here, I'm getting more and more annoyed by the Brits trying to correct us on pronunciations when the entire UK is only slightly larger than the state of Minnesota, and they have more dialects than the entire US.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You know what? Your accents remind me of gangs in LA. In LA, every other block has a different gang. It gets confusing after a while. And that's like the UK.
Wait a minute, which block am I on?
Every 100 feet you go is a different, like, we're from over here. We talk like this. We're from over here.
Oh,
it's just strange.
Actually, I think it's every 50 miles there is a distinct accent that a foreigner can notice. And locally, it's kind of every 10 miles-ish.
That's
It
crazy.
is, I mean, you take two places like Liverpool and Manchester that are bitter rivals, and they sound completely different.
Yeah.
True.
So where do you get off on correcting how we pronounce things when people in the next town over don't pronounce them the same?
I just love taking the piss. My accent's nothing like except that I grew up around.
Well, out here, as far as accents go, if you go to the Point, this is the place where the Allegheny and the Monongahela rivers flow together to form the Ohio. Drive a stake and then a 30-mile line and draw a circle. Within that circle is the Pittsburgh accent. Outside that circle is something else again. Inside that circle, you go Dan Tan and then to the Hass, and I go crazy. And outside that circle, they almost sound normal.
So being on YouTube, first it exposed my West Coast English. I had to stop saying like, because I say like for everything, like, you know.
Oh my God!
I do. It's just how I talk. Like I say like in every other sentence. I've actually cut it down.
That is so stereotypical of the Valley girl.
I'm
like
Dave can probably work out significantly closer where I live than I generally say, just by the fact I say the word in it a lot in kind of private.
You say it an awful lot.
Yeah, what I'm noticing is like is the young person's, you know. When I was young, the filler word was, you know.
Like is gone.
What are they doing now?
It's for people my age.
It is.
It is. It is. It's for the almost middle-aged.
Oh, what are they doing now, or is it just gibberish?
No, what would?
Speak. I'm going to say something. Speech changes generation to generation, so I'm trying. I try not to dog it because there's things that I say that show what era I'm from real quick. I still say rad. I still say rad all the time.
I mean, linguistics are descriptive, not prescriptive in the first place. So correcting people on it is literally, for me, just taking the piss.
Yes, I totally agree.
Okay, if I said grody, do you guys understand grody?
No.
No, but I'd probably Google it while you were talking so that I could understand.
It's just it's an 80s term. Like I still say that's grody. It's like it's something. If you caught me off guard, I say it.
You know what shell tooth is?
What's that?
You know what shell tooth
I'm trying to remember, Larry, what a rural, in your neighborhood anyway, what the accent sounds like. I remember Lancaster and York, but that's the southern part of Pennsylvania. I had a teacher who grew up in Lancaster, and you knew the definite accent going on there. I grew up in Cleveland. I did everything I could to get rid of the accent. I hope I got somewhere.
They beat each other with flowers down there.
See, I find it really funny that I have certain things that I say that I don't realize are not common things around here and that I've picked up off my family. Like someone will be walking up to us and I'll go, "Hey, up, here comes trouble."
Sam, when I get around my my Mormon buddy, because we grew up around the same area, around the same people, I'll walk up to him and be like, "Dude, so what happened last week?" And he's like, "Dude, I totally told you. I told him not to do this, but bro, dude, I punched his face." Sorry,
see, dude is slightly before like.
Oh yeah, that I got corrected on that one many years ago. The first time I went to Lancaster, that down there it was not Lancaster, that it was Lancaster. So you see how the accents go.
I used to drive through Lancaster all the time. Lancaster.
Okay.
Lancaster. Yeah. I got corrected
I find
the
it really
first time I
funny
went
that
there.
We have Lancaster, but Birmingham.
Hey, that.
And in that area, B, there, do you have memory of a roadside America little what curiosity, whatever you would call it? It was a whole big model railroad site that some guy.
I mean, I spent most of my time driving through there in a tractor trailer, so I didn't stop and see a lot.
That unfortunately no longer exists. I was privileged enough to see it. It's cheesy as all hell, but it was when you look at it and you think of how long it took this guy to put this together, it's amazing. It was like a slice of rural America in HO scale.
Yeah.
And what is that noise I'm hearing?
Yeah, I wasn't sure who we were picking that up from.
I think that's a coffee
my
maker.
coffee pot. Hold on. That's why I keep muting myself, but then you talk to me, so I had to.
Sorry, I totally had to order. I totally ordered a pizza a half an hour ago, and because it's down the street and I give heavy tips, I know the pizza comes fast.
Oh, and then from what Theo is saying here, that's interesting because when I was in 8th grade, I learned that within the state of Arkansas flows the Arkansas River. Go figure.
Okay, we have in Los Angeles, we have a street called Cahuenga.
Cahuenga, hoi!
It's spelled CHUAZ blah dash. I don't even know it. It is. Look at it. It looks like Kawanga or Kawengi or but only people from here can properly pronounce it. It's the strangest thing. It's because I've heard other people say it.
Okay, then.
Yeah, we've been sitting here
my-
so
that
long.
That must be great at family dinners, hey Jen? New England and Buffalo and Texas all in the same room, or don't you do that thing?
Is that not a dangerous mix?
So in my family, we've learned to just not talk about politics.
Oh my! I tell you, yeah, talking politics would get me into a hell of a lot of trouble around the so-called family. So many of them would be Trumpers.
Yeah.
I know my sister would have been a hell of a Trumper. Well, she was a Pentecostal Christian. You know, what do you want?
I know people. I know people of color that are staunch Republicans because they get heavy tax breaks.
That just amazes the fuck out of me.
Oh yeah. Like if you ever feel like getting angry, look up people of color who voted for Trump. Still to this day, I will not understand it. I don't know why.
The majority of Southern black men voted for Trump in the last election.
There was. Oh, I don't know what I would have done if I'd seen some person of color with a Trump hat on. I would have stopped and I would have put my hands on my hips.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
what is wrong with you? Why have you made bad choices in your life?
Well, what it was explained to me as was basically it was largely because of misogyny.
Yeah.
That, you know, they had that small degree of power and they had gotten convinced that if there was any significant change, they were going to lose the degree of power they had.
Okay. Just like the poor whites who are in the Kentucky and Arkansas and that area, they vote against their own interests because at least the N-word down the street is worse off than I am, so I'm in better shape.
I'll never, I will never understand why people vote against their own interests. I'm a staunch lefty, but if a Republican has a good plan to save my area, I will help them. I'll vote for them. You know, like I don't vote against my own interests, but I live in,
People don't know what their interests are is the problem. They're very, very short-sighted.
Well, and that's what I've been saying is that if everybody voted based on their own economic interest, the millionaires would be screwed.
Oh, they'd be gone overnight.
It would be the end of our current electoral system.
Oh, if we came together, we could literally kick them out within 20 minutes. Kick them all out within 20 minutes. You know, we were talking about this last night, where it started off as like, we need to get. Somebody said they wanted to abolish the police, but I was like, we need to reform everything. And when I say reform, I mean get rid of everyone and start anew.
Yes, absolutely.
And say, hey, if you ever cross this line, something bad's going to happen to you. And insert that person you don't like and publicly execute him or something. Like this turtle voted against the American interests, sold us out, and took all your money. Don't be like this person.
I'm going to tell you, the last job I worked at, when I worked at CVS, the manager and one of the shift supervisors, which were the biggest assholes in the whole place, by the way, were staunch Trump supporters. And I said to them, why would you vote for Trump? I don't even understand. And they said, oh, he makes us all kinds of money. And I said, well, what about like underprivileged and minorities and homeless, starving children? And they were like, oh, I don't care about that. I want to make money. And they both laughed and like high-fived each other. And after that, I swear to God, I could barely stand to work with them. I only lasted 4 months after that. Till 4 months. I lasted 4 months and I blew up. I couldn't take it. It was ridiculous. I've never heard such fucking blind idiocy. I'm more worried about money than my country. Fucking move, man. Go.
Well, their whole attitude is I've got mine.
Yeah. That's all I care about.
I'm pretty sure that one of my partners, I think their parents are still Trumpers.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, there's plenty of that. I mean, in this neighborhood here, right down the street, you can find Trumpers all over the place. I'm right near the border of Allegheny County and Washington County. When you go into Washington County, it gets red. Oh, does it ever get? And these people still say Trump is our savior. Even after what has happened over the last 4 years, they still love him. I don't
Same
get
here.
it.
You know what? Same here, Diana. And we have massive foreclosures. We have all those people who supported Trump are now moving out of California. And ironically, the brown guy is buying up all their crap and picking all their lockers because they're not paying their bills as they leave.
I'm how would you put it? I'm out of work. I'm homeless, but God, I love Trump. You know, it's like what?
Yeah, I don't get it, man. I really don't.
He
These
won't put
guys,
my
you know, most of the
back up.
people that voted for him are like poor farmers.
Yeah.
Do they really think he gives a fuck about them?
I say
Like,
it every week. I'll never understand people who vote against their own interests, but it's not that I don't understand. I don't want to understand.
Yeah. Well,
I just don't understand.
when I was living in Michigan, I was working for my cousin doing the landscaping. You know, and driving around in the truck during the day, yeah, we'd always be going on about this, and he was a big Trump supporter. And I just kept asking him, you know, you're a small business owner. How can you think Trump has done anything to help you?
exactly.
And he would always just change the subject. He would never answer that.
Because they can't, and I'll tell you why. Because you have to be of a certain socioeconomic rung to have seen any benefit from Trump.
Oh
And
yeah, I think it's called the top 1%.
Well, he helped out. He if your property value was over a certain amount, he gave you could get hundreds of thousands of dollars for refinancing.
Yeah, people who owned homes that were like over $700,000.
Yeah, exactly. And
now, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I am no friend to the Democrats either. Kate and I went over that.
No, same.
Yeah, we went over that show after show, and we made ourselves no friends.
Yep.
But,
I am a staunch Democrat because they tend to erode things at a slower pace.
I am, but
well, that's the thing, though. We don't have the time for that.
I agree.
Arguably, the Democrats.
What choice do we have?
Okay, I guess the choice we have is to give up.
I'll
really.
tell you,
and I'm serious when I say that.
No, I'll tell you the honest truth. I'll tell you. So I want you to just listen to this for 2 seconds.
Okay.
People in California were appalled when Kamala Harris was brought forward as a possible person to be VP, because Kamala Harris is so anti everything we stand for in California. It's not even funny. She put more.
I hear.
She put more. She told more lies about black men and put more black men in jail than George Bush or any other governor you could think of.
Mm-hmm.
She hated trans women.
Mm-hmm.
How come all these magical laws got passed after she was no longer associated with her first office? She's just an all-around bad person. She created the police state that we have in California. We have more prisons than schools here. We have state-of-the-art prisons. They're still building prisons to this very day, and that's because of her. I'm telling you, she's still better than Trump. That's sad.
A dead cat is better than Trump.
I have seen the Overton window shift.
I think.
I'm sorry.
I think that the thing is that the US is so far right that I have seen people who align with the Tory party who live in the US who think they're left wingers.
They are compared to us. They are.
And I have seen the Overton window shift. You know, in the time I've been old enough to vote.
With that.
You know that in the 80s or 90s, the Democrats would not have run Biden.
The US,
What were you saying, Dave?
The US have got a Tory party, which is the Democrats, and the ERG, which is the Republicans.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, see, I would possibly have said the EMP, but yeah.
Yeah, we've lost our damn minds, is what we have. We have lost our damn minds in this country.
And I find it very interesting that they're not. I mean, I'd be intrigued. I think Biden's spending plan will work, but it's not going to do it. It's the problem you've got if you don't push back against the underlying laws
that allow them to go forward.
Well,
This
I
is
do
my
see
thing.
one hope for reforming our system. And we're not going to be able to do it at the federal level, but this could work at the state level. That if everyone were to petition their state legislature about doing ranked choice voting on the state level, because the federal government does not control how states control the elections.
I was going to say, were you listening to me
Enough
yesterday?
states started doing ranked choice voting, we could actually get a candidate from a third party elected.
I've been arguing,
But not for president.
recently.
But that's
Ranked
because the
choice-
presidential voting is outlined in the Constitution.
Yeah, but Ross Perot
Yeah.
almost did it.
Wait,
But presidential
So, are
voting,
you guys-
no, just wait. Presidential voting doesn't matter, okay? Because presidential
I
voting
know.
is
Wait.
based on what parties are in power. Okay, if you can have 6 or 7 parties that have a reasonable amount of power, you can have a presidential election
yeah,
that supports that.
yeah, Diana, why couldn't ranked
the-
choice voting get a president elected?
Because the method of voting for president is constitutionally set out.
Well, as far as the electoral college, but that's just a matter of, the states still have to send the delegates to vote. So if enough states had ranked choice voting, that a third party candidate was carrying those states, their electors in the electoral college would pretty much be required to vote for the third party candidate.
Okay, I think I see what you're saying. I think I
Are
see.
you guys familiar with CGP Grey?
Yes,
No.
CGP Grey video. CGP, you have to watch it on First Past the Post.
CGP.
First Past
Yeah,
the Post is abolished,
CGP.
full stop.
I basically grew up on CGP Grey videos, Dave.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. They're very good.
Yeah, they literally showed them for PSHE in school. They just showed us CGP Grey videos.
And basically, if you want to campaign for something, right? Basically, everything we want to achieve as a movement, all of it is for naught if we can't fix the voting systems in our countries.
Yeah, the voting system has to be the first thing to be fixed, which is a view I have held for a long time, but I am more certain of now than basically ever.
Well, here in the
Some form
U.S.,
of proportional representation. We need smaller
the-
parties. We need more voices. Sorry.
here in the U.S., the first thing we've got to fix is the stupid.
You can't. That's the problem. And this is, but the stupid are easy in a first pass.
They're easy to manipulate, and this is why the Republican Party has been working so hard to destroy the education system here.
Yeah.
I think that the other thing is, if I were to pick 3 things that need fixing, 2 of them would without a doubt be the voting system
Here, Jen.
and worldwide tax on billionaires, because billionaires need to actually be taxed.
You can't have a worldwide tax.
Oh no, I mean worldwide. We need to get every nation to agree to tax
They would.
billionaires.
Well,
Oh, of course they
corporations
wouldn't,
need
but I
to
think
pay
that's
Well,
their
the problem
taxes.
the problem is you can't have a tax on billionaires because the billionaires, when you come down to it, are who are putting the officials in power.
We should just let them
Stand by. If you
flow.
want to go down that route, you need very, very high corporation tax. You need tax.
Yes, you do.
Stop
Yes, you
money
need to go
coming
back
out
to the
of companies.
1950s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you need the tax to stop coming out of the monies to individuals, and they have to invest it either in employment or in infrastructure, or
Yes.
you force
Yeah.
companies to have to spend their money to do it. So they have to spend profits. Right now, it goes to individuals. It goes out as profits.
Dayo Korostu, you got it.
Yeah. Yeah, too much of the profits is paid out as dividends to the shareholders.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Who was it just within the last few days that was
and-
cutting the workforce and giving the CEO a hefty bonus?
No, that's in the last year. That's happened to virtually all the major
was gonna say,
corporations.
Well,
the end of the day, there are
was a
two
couple days
ways.
ago.
All that matters now in the States is that the share price goes up, and there are 2 ways to make the share
Right.
price go up. Right, and one of them is new stuff, and the other one is downsize.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cut costs or increase the amount of stuff you're producing.
Well, and that's a big reason why we're in the mess we are with the pandemic, is because the people who are making the policies were more concerned about the stock dividends that were going to pay off for them. They were more concerned about their stock portfolio shrinking than they were about whether or not they got a few 100 million workers killed.
Yeah.
And
people my age.
I know a lot of people disagree strongly with me on this one, but we still live in a feudalistic system.
Oh yeah.
Ox. Too bad the Earth isn't flat. Then we can flip it, and shake the stupid off.
But, as far as that goes, with the pandemic here, people my age could happily sacrifice themselves for the economy.
So-
let the old people die so we can keep the economy going.
This is
That
just
was the attitude.
A friendly reminder that in 38 minutes, Sam has a premiere, and it's about
we've been going that long.
It's about this really, really, really interesting person. You should go check it out on Sam.
That was a really long 30 minutes that we've been set.
Yeah, that was 2 hours ago.
Yeah, that was me not being able to count.
And actually, I had not been watching the time. I really do need to wrap this up because I still have to go out and crawl into my car to find out why it's lost all the coolant yesterday.
Yikes.
Oh, God. Yeehaw, Purple.
I ordered a pizza. We've been sitting here so long. I've ordered a pizza.
Okay, so we need to
Please
go
just
around.
bring it in
I'm
your
not
eyes.
playing. I am not playing.
We have now been sat here sufficiently long that I've wrapped up programming for the day and cracked open a cider.
We've been sat here so long I've fallen asleep twice.
Sam's been peeing in a bottle this whole time.
Okay, so let's make the rounds here about whatever anybody has to plug. So, Will, what have you got going on?
Don't know if you trip over yourselves.
I'm Godless Sewing from the Godless Sewing. Please go subscribe to the Godless Sewing channel. Every Thursday, Jen from Jen's Little Corner, Kitty the Atheist, and myself, we pick a topic and we pick it apart. This week, we'll be talking about basically criminal justice, everything that's been going on, why this country sucks, and we just need to
I want in.
build a rocket and go to the moon.
I want in. I've been all up on the George Floyd trial.
Every Wednesday, Sam Chaos, Maddie, and myself, we have a podcast called Pub Religion.
Who's
And
this Chaos you speak of?
they are amazing. And every I won't show Purple. See, I have a whole script. I won't show Purple because I'm on Purple's channel right now. Okay, Godless Sewing channel. Be there or be square. Go subscribe. Thank you. You guys are all lovely. Thank you.
Okay, Diana, what have you got going on?
Oh, let's see. I am indeed Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and I have the Lavender Lady channel. And on Sundays at noon and Tuesdays at 7 p.m., the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Bionic Dance, Kate Farr, and I, as well as occasionally Mom Nato, when she decides to show up, do a wonderful little this, that, and the other, talking about whatever the hell we can think of. And I'm also coming up with a few more show ideas here. And maybe one of these days I'll actually start producing them. But please, Sundays at noon and Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern. Just come on, join us. We have a hell of a good time for about, like 6 hours of talking about this, that, and the other. Okay.
Diana's the one person that it beats out my streams.
Oh, my. I tell you,
Okay,
back
well,
in the
you're up
day,
next as soon as Diana's done.
back in the day, Strike would give me a hard time. It's like, Diana, are you trying to outdo movie night? Because we would do like 8-hour shows for Friday movie night, and I was butting up against them. I'll tell you, yeah, we can. I think we have gone 10 hours on a couple shows within the last few months. When we get started, we just don't stop.
Well, that had happened in here. I mean, some of my early streams, you and I were in here and we went 9-10 hours.
Yeah, I remember those days, definitely.
Okay, B, what have you got going on?
I have my normal Wednesday stream tonight. I'm doing it. I'm starting at 15 minutes late. I sent. I think everybody on here links except for Dave because he won't be awake, or he shouldn't be awake. So I sent everybody links, but it's going to be 15 minutes late because I have a 5:30 interview on Zoom. So another
Good luck to
Peters
you
deal.
on that one.
Yeah, thank you. And then, of course, Monday and Fridays, I also do my 8 p.m. Eastern streams. Monday is Equality, Wednesday is History, and Friday is Open Mic, which all of them start out for about the first 30 minutes to an hour on a topic, and then we bullshit the rest of the time. So
you stick to a topic that long?
Sometimes we do, don't we, Will? Sam? About an hour?
Occasionally, we can get most of the stream being on topic. Very occasionally.
Yeah,
usually, if Irish Swede is in, I've noticed.
Yeah. I like it when Swede comes in. He knows some history shit. He's fun to talk to.
I think today we managed to talk about tea for about 20 minutes when we got on.
Oh,
here.
that was the only reason I came in. And we haven't talked about it once since I arrived.
That's because you arrived.
There you go.
The record for my streams was that on National Potato Day, we managed to go on for 45 minutes about how to cook potatoes.
Okay.
That's the stream we managed to stay on topic the longest.
Oh, and there was one time that we went a whole hour and a half without saying Trump.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
wow.
Once.
Really?
Just once.
I remember back in the day when Faye and I used to do the shows. We actually managed to stay on topic for a minute and a half one day. That was fun. Those were the good old days.
I've actually had shows that we were off topic before I managed to hit the go live button.
This does not surprise me whatsoever. Somehow, on Pub Religion, so far, and the things we've recorded, we've managed to stay on topic for the whole time-ish. Like, we'll get like an hour in and still be on topic.
Okay. And then here is a kitty. Let's see. What does Kitty have to tell us?
Okay, Sam, so what have you got going on? What are you going to plug?
What do you have?
So by the end of the month, I will have that video on pronouns out. I have the script. I've just not recorded it yet. And I have an episode of Pub Religion coming out every Wednesday at 5 Central Time. This week, in about half an hour, we have mine and Maddie's interview with Will. I will stick a link to it in the live chats.
Spoiler!
What?
I die and come back to life.
All right.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, and we've got some fun episodes coming up. Besides that, I have created a link tree now. I will be putting that on like my channel's stuff at some point, so that all my links are together. And
so, Will, if you die and come back to life, do we have to start calling you Jesus?
Yes.
No. But I actually knew someone that's name was his name was Jesus, and he hated his name. I used to always tell him to embrace it.
Yeah, that's always bizarre. And the only other thing I guess I really have to shill is my channel artist recently redid my avatar, which I think looks great, and I think their commissions are open at the moment. If you look at any of my pre-recorded videos, their stuff is in the description of any of the videos. Their Instagram is the easiest way to contact them.
I liked the animation bit, on your last pre-recorded video.
Yeah.
That was very cute.
And your picture looks great, too. I definitely see the difference.
Yeah, now maybe Stu will stop calling it a penis.
I'm slightly bothered that I only just noticed because it's still a snake.
I noticed as soon as I got home and put you guys on the big screen. I couldn't tell on my phone, but it looks really nice.
Okay, Dave, when's your next show coming up?
Quiz is on Tuesday, and I've got a new show starting in a few weeks.
Awesome.
Okay. So,
Hello.
Yeah.
Not me.
Yeah, that is my phone, which only rings for spam calls.
Same. Mine's spam or long lost
Let me
relatives.
answer them.
Wanting money. No.
Well,
Yeah. What I want to find out is how to change the ringtone on my Motorola. What is it? I think it's a 6G or something like that. The thing they've got on there right now is just annoying. I want something different, but I can't figure out how to change it. Oh well, do
I don't
something
know.
about that someday.
yeah, I'm inept at that too. I've been wondering how to download new ringtones.
Well, this phone here, I may or may not be able to find any instructions for it. I mean, it was obsolete when I bought it because I really didn't feel like paying $1,000 for a telephone. It amazes the hell out of me how much you can actually pay for a smartphone. I mean, $80 was enough for me for this thing.
I've always bought the refurbished phones, so I've never paid
Okay.
more than $30 for a cell phone.
Okay.
Hey,
You know, 'cause
Diana.
it's like I don't need it to do most of this stuff anyway. So if I've got them all that's 3 years old, what do I care?
Well, they're
Uh-huh.
insane. They're insanely priced because you're walking around with a computer in your pocket.
Diana,
Oh,
look at the
yeah.
private chat. Click on that link.
What do we got?
It's an instruction manual for a Motorola G6.
Oh, tissue.
Okay.
You is the Agen de
I just Googled it and found it in 2 seconds.
Yay!
I hope it helps.
I
Okay,
hope so
well-
too.
We will be signing off here, so I just want to thank my patrons: Vonrick, Juni, Ox, Robert X, Mikey Famine, the Lavender Lady, and Greg Hartwick.
Yay!
I appreciate your support.
You're like the best jockstrap Purple has ever had.
Junie is also working on a new avatar for me, so that will be revealed sometime in the next few weeks. Not sure exactly when it'll be ready.
Oh boy.
So I thank you all for coming, and we will see you all later. Bye-bye.
Is that a threat?
Bye, everybody.
Bye.